rate hikes, no dirty energy. 2, no rate hikes, no dirty energy. 2, no rate hikes, no dirty energy.
Together by an incredibly diverse and powerful group of groups. And I want to take a moment to recognize and thank everyone who's helped make this historic event possible. So groups tonight that are represented include AARP of North Carolina, really highlighting the impact that Duke's Dirty Plan has on seniors. Action North Carolina, who works with immigrants and low-income communities across Charlotte to stand against dirty rate hikes. The Alliance for NC Saves Energy, highlighting the importance of investing in clean energy sources. The Black Women's Caucus, highlighting the reason and impacts that Duke Energy Plan has on the African American community and women. The Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, including chapters from Asheville and around Charlotte, opposing nuclear energy. Clean Air Carolina, taking a stand for clean air and against coal and natural gas plants. Consumers Against Rate Hikes, a large consortium of a coalition of groups fighting these rate hikes. Credo Action for Working Assets, a cell phone company that's taking a stand against Duke's dirty rate hikes. Democracy North Carolina, making sure our politics are clean. Greenpeace USA, making sure we stand again against these dirty rate hikes. The League of Women Voters in North Carolina. North Carolina Housing Coalition. North Carolina Interfaith Power and Light, which is a program of the North Carolina Council of Churches. The North Carolina Justice Center. The North Carolina League of Conservation Voters. NC Warren. Progress North Carolina. Safe Carolina, We Love Mountain Island Lake, and finally, Western North Carolina Physicians for Social Responsibility.
Things guaranteed to me in this life are death and taxes, whereas if you're an energy monopoly in the Southeast, you have all of us as hostages, and we are guaranteed to have to pay for things we don't want, and the rate of return that they are going to get on the money we didn't want to be essentially taxed. This is not fee-for-service money. This is not money for the electric power we're using. This is money to build dirty energy we don't
come
need.
to Charlotte from Asheville to talk to the North Carolina Utilities Commission that speaks for us about what a terrible plan the IRPs that Duke and Progress have submitted are for our future. Zero renewable energy is in the plan for 2027 by Progress Energy. Minimal efforts at any kind of conservation or supply side reductions.
We're bringing to the attention the absurdity of building a new nuclear plant after the accident at Fukushima and Chernobyl. 44% of the children in Chernobyl have nodules on their thyroids or cysts. One has cancer, one's had theirs removed already. This is a sad day to know that Duke Power is not paying attention to that. Thanks.
Long right reason would not use non-renewable fuels to power this country when we have climate change coming at us like a freight train bearing down on us, and we need to be thinking about right reasons now.
Stand for the American people and against dirty energy and against nuclear energy and for affordable electricity and wind power, solar, and mostly not for a rate hike. I mean, there's so many people
because
that
I
can't
feel
afford that.
strongly enough about what's going on in our energy sector to take a half day off work and to travel from Asheville to speak about Duke and Progress's integrated resource plan, which is basically very unintegrated. It's very segregated. It is almost totally relying on dirty energy sources, including coal and nuclear and possibly gas through fracking. And it is not looking at integrating conservation, efficiency, clean renewable sources. And it's like a dinosaur. And why don't they wake up and get in the 21st century and start doing what is in the public
mention about fracking. This is a resource, a finite resource, And it seems really ridiculous to be poisoning wells to pull this resource out of the ground, when instead we could be spending the money that it would cost to set that up to build factories for solar panels and windmills. And then of course nuclear is so poisonous and so horrible. We're insane if we continue to build nuclear power plants or run them. And it's time for renewable and
Hundreds of citizens from all across Charlotte and Asheville and Western North Carolina are gathering here today to send a really clear message to Duke Energy, Progress Energy, and the North Carolina Utilities Commission that we will not stand for a dirty energy plan that's going to continually raise rates on hardworking North Carolinians over the next 2 decades. Instead, people here today are calling for real solutions: wind, solar, and energy efficiency to power North Carolina. We know this is a reality, and we know it's one that could help save the state.
So we're here to say that we want to go in a green direction, away from nuclear power, away from coal, away from fracking. And that's why we're here
from
today.
All different types of organizations, all different kinds of beliefs, but all commonly united in one issue, and that is this is a bad long-term business plan for Duke Energy. It's a bad long-term energy plan for the citizens of North Carolina, and it needs to be rejected by
I'm here
the utilities.
because I am sick and tired of being dumped on and polluted and made to pay for it by Duke Energy and the polluting businesses that have gotten together under the group called ALEC that is writing bills for our legislatures to pass that are not in the public.
No dirty energy. Duke. No rate hikes. No dirty energy. Duke. No rate hikes. No dirty energy. Duke. No rate hikes, no dirty energy. Duke, no rate hikes, no dirty energy.
Dangerous energy?
By developing dirty and dangerous energy.
Just for the sake of profit.
Just for the sake of profit.
We demand clean energy now.
We demand clean energy now.
At least 30% renewables by 2032.
At least 30% renewables by 2032.
Maximize energy efficiency.
Maximize energy efficiency.
No rate hikes for dirty energy.
No rate hikes for dirty energy.
And begin decommissioning coal plants now.
And begin decommissioning coal plants now.
We thank you for coming to our city.
We thank you for coming to our city.
And we hope our voices are heard.
And we hope our voices are heard.
Good evening. Let's come to order and go on the record, please. If you would, please, if you have cell phones, turn them off and make sure they're on silent. My name is Brian Beatty, and I've been assigned to preside during this hearing. With me are Commission Chairman Edward S. Finley, and Commissioners William T. Culpepper III, Susan W. Raven, Tanola D. Brown Bland, and Lucy T. Allen. They're seated over here facing me. I now call for hearing docket number E100, sub 137, in the matter of the 2012 Biennial Integrated Resource Plans and related 2012 Renewable Energy Portfolio Standards Compliance Plans. Integrated Resource Planning, or IRP, is intended to identify those electric resource options that can be obtained at least cost to the ratepayers consistent with adequate, reliable electric service. IRP considers conservation, efficiency, and load management, as well as supply-side alternatives in the selection of resource options. North Carolina General Statute Section 62-110.1c requires the Commission to develop, publicize, and keep current an analysis of the long-range needs for electricity in this state. To meet the requirements of GS 62-2A3A and GS 62-110.1, the Commission conducts an annual investigation into the electric utilities IRPs. Commission Rule R8-60 requires that each of the electric utilities furnish the Commission with a biennial report in even-numbered years that contains the specific information set out in the Commission rules. As part of its IRP, Each electric utility must provide forecasts and assessments for at least a 15-year period. Further, Commission Rule R8-67B requires each electric power supplier, subject to Rule R8-60, to file a Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, or REPS, compliance plan as part of its IRP report. Within 150 days of the filing of each utility's biannual report, the public staff or any other intervener may file its own plan for an evaluation of or comments on the electric utility's IRP reports. Also, the public staff or any other intervener may identify any issue that it believes should be subject of an evidentiary hearing. Between August 30th, September 13th, 2012, IRPs were filed in these proceedings by Energy United Electric Membership Corporation, Dominion North Carolina Power, Rutherford Electric Membership Corporation, Duke Energy Carolinas, Progress Energy Carolinas, North Carolina Electric Membership Corporation, Piedmont Electric Membership Corporation, and Haywood Electric Membership Corporation. 2012 REPS compliance plans and 2011 REPS compliance plans reports have been filed in these proceedings by the Tennessee Valley Authority, acting as compliance aggregator for Blue Ridge Mountain EMC, the town of Murphy, Tri-State EMC, and Mountain Electric Cooperative, the towns of Oak City, Winterville, and Fountain, the North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency 1, Energy United EMC, Halifax EMC, Green Coast Solutions, Inc., and the City of Fayetteville Public Works Commission. On August 8, 2012, Rutherford EMC filed a letter with the Commission indicating that it had a long-term power supply agreement with Duke Energy, which had agreed to provide information and file any reports applicable to Rutherford required for compliance with the REPS. The following parties have been granted intervenor status in these proceedings by the Commission order: North Carolina Waste Awareness and Reduction Network, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates 1, 2, and 3, Carolina Utility Customers, Inc., Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, Inc., Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition, and Greenpeace, Inc. The public staff's participation as a party in these proceedings is recognized pursuant to GS 62-15D. On October 8, 2012, the Commission issued an order scheduling a hearing in Raleigh on February 11, 2013, which was held for the purpose of taking non-expert public witness testimony with respect to the current biennial IRP reports, including the related REPS compliance plans. Comments concerning the IRPs and REPS compliance plans from hundreds of members of the public have been filed in this document. On January 9, 2013, NC Warren, Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, and Greenpeace filed a motion to hold additional hearings, requesting the Commission to hold additional public hearings on the IRPs in Charlotte and Asheville to allow their members and other members of the public the opportunity to comment on the IRPs. On January 24, 2013, the presiding commissioner issued an order allowing all parties to respond to the motion by NC Warren, Blue Ridge, and Greenpeace for additional public hearings. Southern Alliance and Sierra Club filed responses supporting the motion. Duke Energy and Progress Energy filed responses opposing additional hearings. On February 5th, the presiding commissioner issued an order scheduling this hearing for this place and at this time to allow members of the public to comment on the IRPs and REPS compliance. The order required the electric utilities and electric power supplies to publish notice of the hearings in newspapers having general circulation in their respective service area. Initial comments on the IRPs and REPS compliance plans were filed on before February 5th by the public staff, NC Warren, Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, Greenpeace, Sierra Club, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition, and NC Sustainable Energy Association. Mid-Atlantic filed amended initial comments on February 7th. Also on February 5th, NCSEA filed a motion requesting the Commission to order Duke Energy, Progress Energy, and Dominion NC Power to disclose certain information which had been redacted in the public documents filed by those companies in the IRP proceedings in 2012 and in previous years. On February 7th, the presiding commissioner issued an order requesting comments from the parties in response to NCSEA's motion for disclosure. On February 15th, Duke Energy and Progress Energy jointly filed a motion for an extension of time for parties to file reply comments until March 5th, 2013. The presiding commissioner issued an order on February 18th granting the motion for extension of time. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 138A-15E, I remind members of the Commission of our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire at this time whether any member has a known conflict of interest with respect to these proceedings. Let the record reflect that no conflicts were identified. I now call on council for the parties to make their appearances for the record, beginning with the investor-owned utilities.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Alex Castle on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas and Progress Energy Carolinas.
Good evening. I'm Rick Feathers on behalf of North Carolina Electric Membership Corporation and Green Ghost Solutions, LLC.
Mr. Walker.
John Runkle representing NC Warren, the Blue Ridge Environment Defense League, and Green Peace.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Tim Dodge with the public staff. With me tonight is Jay Lucas. We represent the Evening and Consuming Public in this proceeding.
Good evening, Council. Are there any preliminary matters we need to address before we begin with the hearing? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a couple of minutes to explain how the hearing will be conducted. The Commission is required by law to function like a court. Decisions are based on the evidence presented to the Commission during public hearings, and persons who wish to speak must be sworn and are subject to cross-examination by attorneys for the utility or by the Commissioners. If the attorneys or the Commissioners have a question, they are not intended to embarrass you, simply to clarify or better understand your testimony. In a moment, the attorney for the public staff, Mr. Dodge, who represents consumers, will call on persons who have signed to speak one person at a time. When your name is called, please come here to the witness stand. There's a Bible there, and I will swear you in, or if you prefer, you can ask to be affirmed. The attorney for the public staff will ask you to give your name and address for the record, and then allow you to make your statement. This is your opportunity to let the Commission know what your opinion is of the IRPs and REP compliance plans filed by the electric utilities and public and power suppliers. Neither the Commissioners nor the utilities can answer questions during this hearing. But if you have questions, the attorneys for the public staff will be happy to speak with you following the hearing, and representatives of the utility are here. They may also be willing to speak with you after we adjourn the hearing. As you can see, there's a court reporter here. She is recording everything that's said at the hearing. She will prepare a transcript of the hearing, and it will be available for public review on the Commission's website. Obviously, there are quite a few people here this evening, which the Commission appreciates. We appreciate you taking the time to come here and provide your testimony. While you're in the hearing room, please remain silent so that the speaker at the podium can be heard by the Commission and by the court reporters, because, as I said, she has to transcribe everything that's being said accurately. If you testified during the IRP hearing in Raleigh on February 11th, you will not be able to be permitted to speak again this evening. Obviously, we have a lot of people here who have not already testified. We want to allow them the opportunity to testify. I will not impose time limits initially. If it appears that we're running too long, I will have to start imposing time limits. But I ask that those of you who choose to speak, please be as concise as you can. Be considerate of those who also want to speak after you. And if someone has already made the same comments that you would like to make, you can simply say that you adopt or support their comments, and that would be sufficient. All right, does counsel for either of any of the parties wish to make any opening statements before we take testimony of the witnesses? All right. Mr. Dodge, you may call your witnesses.
Our first witness is Antoine James.
Mr. James, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you present to the Commission is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please be seated. Mr. Dodge.
Good evening, Mr. James. Could you please state your full name and address?
Antoine James, 1500 Renard Drive, R-E-Y-N-A-R-D, Kernersville, North Carolina, 27284.
Do you wish to make a statement this evening?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
I think we are in troubled times, and we have to plead the case for clean energy and clean air. Who does not want that? When I go outside and see birds and rabbits and squirrels, it breaks my heart to think that one day the beauty that surrounds me may be no more if we continue to be irresponsible with the decisions that we make. to the commission, remember that you too breathe the air and drink the water. And if we allow companies like Duke Energy, Progress, and other companies like Bank of America to continue to have access to have at it, we surely are in trouble. As I leave today, as I leave you with that thought, I would also like to leave you with a quote from former Vice President Al Gore. We are still collectively cogitating about whether we put priority on humanity's future. And I also had one more thing I wanted to say. No one is disputing the fact that we need energy. What we do not need is for it to compromise our way and our rights to life.
Any questions for Mr. James?
I have no questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Sally Nidell.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you present to the commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Is that still the last name of the court?
Certainly. And I apologize to anyone in the audience tonight if I mispronounce your name. Good evening, Ms. Nidell.
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 Yeah.
Could you please spell provide us your full legal name and spell your last name for us?
Sarah Stenhouse Nidell. It's K-N-E-I-D-E-L. 424 Burtonley Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. I'm a biologist, a PhD, and author of 11 science books. I'm here to comment briefly on how Duke's IRP will affect climate change, how it affects my son, and to ask you to make Duke Energy change its IRP to include energy efficiency. We need a radical plan right now to abandon fossil fuels, but Duke Energy's plan falls far short. As a biologist, I'm terrified of the coming climate chaos and the predicted wildlife extinctions. But I feel it most keenly as a mother. My son Alan is a bird scientist. I've never known anyone to care more about wildlife than Alan cares about birds. Until recently, he refused to listen to discussions of climate change. The implications for bird species were just too painful for him. But that's changed now. In January, he sent me a link to an article he'd written about razorbills, an oceanic bird of Canada and New England. His post had a picture of razorbills in Miami, 2,000 miles south of their normal range. They were in Miami because ocean temperatures are changing and they're desperately seeking food and starving to death. I cried when I read Alan's post, just thinking of what it meant to him and the pain that it caused him. But he's facing the issue head on now. He's in grad school studying the effect of sea level rise on coastal birds. I'm proud of him, but that too makes me want to cry. My husband and I didn't realize 25 years ago, when we nurtured and encouraged his love of birds, that Alan would spend his adulthood watching the tragedy of their decline and extinction. My point is that catastrophic climate change is upon us. Duke Energy is one entity that could actually do something about it. And you, as Duke's regulators, could too. Instead of clinging to fossil fuels, Duke could lead the way as our nation's largest electric utility by adopting drastic energy efficiency programs and safe, renewable energy sources. As explained by Sierra Club, Duke has not accurately assessed the economic potential of more energy efficiency. Energy efficiency doesn't pollute, it doesn't destroy wildlife habitat or food supplies for all of us. And it is by far the cheapest alternative we have. The Utilities Commission can force Duke to do the least cost combination of energy efficiency and new power plants. Please make them include more energy efficiency before they build any more power plants. I thank you for holding this hearing in Charlotte, and I beg you most fervently to hear what we, the people of this state, are asking of you, and to act on our requests.
Any questions for Ms. Knight? Thank you very much, Ms. Knight.
Can I give them a copy of what I said?
Yes. Copy of your statement?
Yeah.
Did you read it exactly as it was?
Yeah.
If you wish to submit it, you can give it to Mr. Dodge over here. So I think we'll mark that as NILO Exhibit number 1.
George Ham.
You might want to call off the next witness so they'll be ready, Mr. Dodge.
Our next witness after Mr. Ham will be Abigail Ham.
Solemnly swear the testimony you present to the commission is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Mr. Hand, you might want to sort of keep your mouth away from the microphone.
Okay.
And all the witnesses, I think the microphone distorts if you get too close, and sort of stay back a little bit from the mic when you speak.
Good evening, Mr. Ham. Could you please state your name and address?
George Ham, 12218 Backwater Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28214.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight to hear our voice. My name is George Ham, and I'm here tonight because I'm a father of 2 girls, an avid outdoorsman, and an instrumental part of the business community here in Charlotte. I was very pleased to see that the Federal Energy Regulation Commission shoot down Duke Energy's proposal for regional transmission planning. I'm asking you to do the same for the proposed IRP. Charlotte is quickly becoming an energy hub. Duke Energy's recent $32 billion purchase of Progress Energy Incorporated has been as a contributor to the hub. Having the nation's largest regulated utility based in Charlotte is likely to attract more energy business to the region. Why would Duke Energy not want to be the leader and set the example for emerging companies that are moving into this energy hub? With the proposed IRP concentrating on generating just a mere 2.2% of renewable energy over the next 20 years is not an example of leading the charge. Being a leader means setting the example. Kenny Habal, CEO of Sun Energy One, right here in Mooresville, North Carolina, is building the largest solar array in the state. Maybe Duke Energy should talk to Kenny. We need to have more companies like Sun Energy One make a commercial commitment to solar energy. Duke Energy can lead this charge. This growth is instrumental to the economic success not only the Charlotte, but also the region. Take, for instance, the new Apple data center in Catawba County. This California tech giant is building the country's largest privately held solar installation and the nation's largest fuel cell, and it's made its data center operations more energy efficient. They are leading the charge. I'm asking you, the North Carolina Utilities Commission, to reject Duke Energy's IRP. They need to go back to the drawing board and learn now how to be the leader. Lead the charge, Duke Energy. Be the leader. Thank you.
Mr. Ham, any questions from Mr. Ham? No questions. Thank you very much, sir. Is this your daughter? Yes. Do you promise to tell the truth?
Good evening, Abigail. Could you please state your full name?
Abigail Ham.
Please proceed with your statement.
Hello, my name is Abigail Ham. I live here in Charlotte and go to Mountain Island Charter School. I am 9 years old and I am very concerned about my future, considering that my school is near the deep coal plant. Why do we need coal for energy when we have sun and wind? I understand that Duke thinks there won't always be sunny and windy days, but do we always need energy? We don't always have to be on our phones, watching TV, or playing video games when we have so much more to do. I want my future to be great, and coal is not helping that. It's time to quit coal. Please take my opinion and help us change the world. Thank you.
Brave enough to ask a question?
Deanna Ham. And after Deanna Ham is Kent Good evening, Mrs. Ham.
Good evening.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Deanna Ham, 12218, Backwater Drive, 28214.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you for coming this evening. I am here tonight as a mother of two. Until there was a possibility of my daughter's school being built next to the Riverbend coal plant, I thought it was just an old factory. I quickly became educated and realized I had an environmental hazard right in my own backyard. North Carolina State has 14 coal plants, and because of this, we are ranked number 8 in the nation for having the worst toxic air pollution. Duke has made the decision to close the Riverbend plant, but their integrated resource plan calls for the rates to more than double over the next 20 years, while only producing 2.2% of its energy using clean, renewable sources. Duke continues to boast about their expansion of natural gas, but when methane leakage from fracking occurs, this only leads to higher carbon emissions and climate changes. I want Duke Energy to be responsible and clean up its act. Raise our rates if you must, but raise them to invest in energy efficiency and renewable sources like wind and solar. By wasting less electricity and using renewable energies, Duke will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, create jobs, and eventually cost the public much less. It is time for Duke to make a change from dirty energy to clean energy. Please reject Duke's IRP and make the change to protect the health and future of our children. Thank you.
Any questions from Ms. Ham? Thank you very much.
Kent Moore.
Who will be the next witness?
It's like Michelle Myers or Michaeline Myers.
I do.
Good evening, Mr. Moore. Could you please state your full name and address?
John Kenton Moore, Jr., 819 Coville Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28207.
Please proceed with your statement.
I come here as a representative of the business community, certainly part of the global 1%. Capitalism is all I know. It's how I feed my babies. But capitalism is under attack by an incestuous relationship between government and business. This strange hybrid monster that's come up out of Ayn Rand and spread itself all through the Republican Party that I used to count on to keep the federal tax book in check has now sprung into a philosophy of individual business take all and consume and abuse environment to where the middle class is all but gone. What happened to the Commonwealth? What happened to the North Carolina I knew? I mean, I would much rather be home with my kids, eating the dinner. I'm sure some of you would too, but my children are under attack and their children are under attack. And the university that I graduated from, and I'd love to be watching my Tar Heels play basketball right now, and I wore this tie in their honor, but the current GOP legislature wants to change that into a trade school, not understanding the benefit of a liberal arts education that has informed the policymakers for generations. So I'm getting long-winded, but what I'm here to say is I doubt there is a physicist or a scientist among this body. But if there is, they'll understand that the half-life of plutonium or uranium, I don't know which one is used to create the nuclear power in the projected nuclear plants that are going to provide 50% of the energy in this area for the next 20 years. Are you kidding me? These plants have not a ghost of a chance getting built anywhere else in the United States from the free market, because the legislature is the only one that can allow them to be here, and you know it. You know it. Now, Germany is exporting energy, and that's something that they said, oh, that'll never happen. You know, when they go solar, yeah, we'll see what happens when Germany goes renewable. They're 20% renewable now. They're exporting energy, and they've gotten rid of all of their nuclear plants that were the type that were manufactured similar to the ones at Fukushima, and they're going to be gone with all of them, I believe, by 2020. And you tell me we can't do the same here? 3% renewable? Get out of town. Get out of town. That is an affront to every business person I know that has half a brain. You know, get in step. Get your technology going. You know, sure, trade school's fine, but I'm just astounded at the way you are attacking this community with violence. Yes, violence. My daughter has asthma. If you've ever been in an emergency room where your kid has turned blue and gasping for air, she can't breathe, she has to be on an inhaler every day of her life. That's about the only thing that I can't do systemically or holistically for my kid. So, you know, and there's so many people that die prematurely from respiratory problems. We have some of the worst air in the country, you know, in North Carolina. So I didn't come here to agitate or anything else, but in a way I did. You know, I really did, because like I say, I'm part of the business community. I'm part of you. You know, I used to be a Duke Power shareholder for 20 years. It was one of the lousiest investments I ever had. Only worse was Bank of America. And before I go, can I ask any one of you on this commission that, what did you do recently that really cheesed me? Oh yeah. Why in the world would you okay the merger of Progress Energy and Duke Power? I mean, tell me one merger or acquisition in the history of this country that has ever been accretive to employment. Show me one. I'm ready. Job creators, my hind end. These are job destroyers. Thank you.
Next witness is Micheline Mines, and after Ms. Mines is Ann Wood.
Which one? Which Myers? M-Y-E-R-S. I read by that. I'm sorry. I'm not used to this kind of stuff.
In silence, fair testimony of the commission. True to hold, true to help, true to God. Please be seated.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody.
Would you please spell your first and last name for the record?
My first name is Micheline, Micheline, and my second name is Myers, Myers. I live at 2138 Kenmore Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Please proceed with your statement.
What I'm going to say is not as well said as Kent, but I still want to say it. I've just come back to Charlotte after 6 months abroad. And when I came back 2 days ago, I was absolutely astounded to learn about Duke Energy's plans for the future. Plans for dirty, expensive, dangerous energy. I've also found out that other American states and other civilized countries are moving away from nuclear and coal in favor of cheap, safe, and clean ways of producing all kinds of energies. And I am flabbergasted that this country, which I've chosen to become a citizen of, can have something like Duke Energy, which is so retrograde and going against history and against what science has discovered in order to make things better. That is what I have to say.
Next witness.
Ann Wood. After Ms. Wood, John Moore.
I will affirm.
You affirm the testimony you present the commission with truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good evening, Ms. Wood. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Ann Wood, 6366 Providence Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28226.
Please proceed with your statement.
I am now, and I have always been, very proud to be an American living in the United States. I always thought that if there was innovation happening anywhere, it would be happening here, because weren't we the brightest, the smartest, you know, all that good stuff. Then I find that China is really way ahead of us with solar, and we don't care. We don't plan to do much about that in the future. Instead, we're going toward more nuclear plants. Really? For 35 years, I ran a small manufacturing business, and we did welding, TIG welding. We had our units tested, tried to destroy them. I had very good welders. They x-rayed the welds. They passed all the government's tests. Some of those welds will fail. And we don't know how many have already that we don't know about, but we do know that there's no such thing as an infallible weld in a nuclear pipe plant. So that's something we need to think about. Thank you.
Next witness is John Moore, and after Mr. Moore, Terry Taylor.
You solemnly swear the testimony you present to the commission is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Moore. Could you please state your full name and address?
My name is John K. Moore. I live at 1571 Queens Road West, Charlotte.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for being here. Who am I? Why am I here? And why am I wasting your time? I don't believe that I can say anything that you don't already know, except for some personal comments about a few things. First, I am an entrepreneur. I'm a real estate developer, and I believe I'm older than any of you. Also, perhaps in a small way, some people know that I am a philanthropist and have been interested in my community and my state and my country and people in the rest of the world. I want to discuss one aspect of the 2032 plan, which has to do with the construction of nuclear plants. Perhaps we can agree that energy production must be safe, efficient, and environmentally friendly and compatible to humanity. I am also the father of 4 children and 7 grandchildren. The Duke Power 2032 plan must be amended for the following reasons. All nuclear plants have had tremendous cost overruns. And if I say anything that isn't factual or truthful, as you understand it, if you will correct me, I would appreciate it, because I want to be informed. They have had these tremendous cost overruns, and they are high risk. And are they high risk if something goes awry? They are huge, huge users of water. The latest research out of Chapel Hill, the Triangle area, is that the water flow is decreasing. And we know about the problems with waste and storage. And plutonium is one of the most hazardous substances known. Now, as a developer and meeting payrolls for 40 years, you can imagine how important the supply of electricity is to us. And we appreciate that. But on the other hand, we unequivocally, absolutely do not support a business plan such as Duke's 2032 plan. Now, what am I willing to do as a businessman? What am I willing to commit to? And what kind of resources am I willing to allocate for clean energy, less risky energy, and environmentally compatible? We are willing to increase our budgets to pay for renewables, build buildings that are LEED certified. To cut the chase and get to the bottom line, we are willing to do whatever it takes at great expense to our operation to move away from this horrible 2032 plan. And We're willing to do this because never again should a nuclear plant be built. Now let's talk about national security. Enriched uranium leads to nuclear weapons. And these weapons wind up in the hands of third world countries such as North Korea, Iran, and possibly Syria, and the list goes on. Now, I'm older, and I have seen how divided this country became during the Vietnam War. And I saw young men and women being shot in the streets. And at the end of the day, who was correct? The people who were protesting this Vietnam War, in my judgment. I believe if this plan isn't amended and this country goes forward with nuclear plants, people will take to the streets. And even though I am a business person and I have a lot at stake, the young people that you hear tonight and what they have to say, in my judgment, they're right. Now, I have looked over your resumes, and I noticed that 5 out of the 6 commissioners are attorneys. You represent a profession. You represent learned people. And you come here with certain political connections. And in the introduction, there was listed that there was no conflicts. Only thing I can ask you as a private citizen, that you make your best independent judgment.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any questions for Mr. Moore?
And after Terry Taylor will be Conda Taylor.
Yes, it does. Terry Taylor, 3053 Azalea Drive, 29707.
Please proceed with your statement.
I live outside of Charlotte now, but a couple of years ago I came from Boone, where I had lived a long time, and I moved after my husband passed away. We lived in Boone, North Carolina. We had a lot of summer parties where we had plastic chairs, and we'd have them all clean the night before the big party, but in the morning after the fog lifted, I had to go back out and wipe the white plastic chairs, and they were black. They were black. My husband and I would go hiking, and our throats would burn when we would come home, and your eyes would burn if you were out on bad ozone days or pollution days. I have children who would come up to Watauga Lake to fish, grandchildren, children, and when we bought a house in Watauga Lake in 2004, it was supposed to be the 3rd cleanest river in the whole country, lake. And a couple years later, the TVA slipped things in the mailboxes that said, do no longer eat the fish in Watauga Lake. It has too much mercury. Well, I'm a registered nurse, And I understand that things can hurt you that don't make you feel sick the next day, but you have to understand how many uneducated people there are in our state and in our country. I still go to Watauga Lake and the people still fish there, and they still take the fish home to their pregnant women, their wives, their daughters, because they don't feel sick the next day. But you can't eat fish, you shouldn't eat fish anywhere anymore in our ponds, in our streams. What's the culprit? It's the mercury is one of the worst culprits, and they come from the fire burning the coal plants. And they can travel, the smoke can travel for thousands of miles, and that's how it got in Watauga Lake, for instance. And then it gets in the fish, and it gets in a lot of things. It gets everywhere. I don't think people understand how dangerous our environment is now for our children, our air. I have 2 grandchildren. They have had serious respiratory problems, been in the hospital, do inhalers. There's a team here, they go around and play soccer in different places, and a third of them have inhalers in their bags that they take with them. It just, as an ER nurse, it just blows my mind. Now, respiratory problems have gotten worse and worse and worse. And we don't have to just talk about, oh, we know asthma's worse. How about you? How about you with your sinus problems and your sore throats and your little cough that just is always kind of there, and your throat burns now and then? We are all affected. And of course, I'd love to talk about all the other sentient beings on the planet and the oceans and everything else that's getting all this horrible stuff. I mean, I think the whole planet's dying. But what are we doing for our children? You can't tell them to go out anymore and get some fresh air. And it's not funny, it's terrifying. It's just terrifying. How many of you, somebody here was from Queens Road West, I've come down Queens Road, Providence Road, seen people jogging, and they're jogging along, and you've seen them. They're jogging like this, and they don't want to stop at the stop sign, and they're waiting. They're breathing all of these fumes coming up, and they're having a code orange day. That doesn't bother them. All these fumes from the car pipes are coming up. They don't understand how deadly that is, and many people who are in excellent health can jog and get dysrhythmias from the crap they're breathing in, pardon my words. It is really scary how little knowledge people have, how bad our air is, and how much mercury and lead and arsenic and is in air pollution anyway. But the coal burning plants and the mercury is the most god-awful thing I've ever seen. Working in emergency rooms when you have kids with asthma, as one gentleman said, there is nothing worse than looking in, and adults too, looking in their eyes and listening to them breathing or trying to breathe. It's awful. What are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Any questions?
After Tonda Taylor is Carrie Taylor.
That was Terry.
I'm sorry, Harry Taylor is after Tonda Taylor. Harry with an H is after.
I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor, swear to testimony presenting the commission. Truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good evening, Ms. Taylor. Could you please spell your full name for the record?
My first name is Tonda, T-O-N-D-A. My last name is Taylor. My address is 1008 East 35th Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205. That's the NODA neighborhood.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. one reason I'm here was my sister, who just preceded me. She began to help me understand years ago that we had a real problem. I wanted to come tonight because for me, the issue is survival. And I feel all around me there's tremendous denial, absolute denial, and understandably, it's tremendously frightening to see what's happening. So as my awareness has grown of global warming, the melting of our glaciers, seas rising, drought, famine, I see enormous migrations worldwide that are going to be happening. And all our plans of building barriers along our borders are going to be ridiculous. People are going to be desperate. I woke up 2 mornings ago listening to the BBC, and they described New York City as the drowning city. And I lived there 19 years. It's very sobering. So my appeal is the authors that I most respect say that we have a very, very short window of time, perhaps 2015, perhaps 2020, and after that, we will have reached a tipping point where there's no going back. We can't resolve some of these enormous environmental issues. So I feel a sense of urgency, which I don't feel from the Utilities Commission, from Duke Energy. We need, and my appeal is that we begin urgently to work together in our neighborhoods, that Duke Energy and the North Carolina Utility Commission help us band together. Let's start little think tanks. Let's get going now to brainstorm, to come up with some ideas of what we can do so that we're going to have future generations here. But we need your help. We need leadership. We need people we trust to say, this is the way we can turn this around. And I know that I and my family, we'd be willing to go through blackouts, brownouts. I'll pay more utility bills if that would help Duke Energy move away from coal-powered plants. Get your worksheets together. Let's come up with an alternative. And if that means us making sacrifices as some of your customers, then we will. Thank you for tonight.
Next witness is Lisa Zirkle. Good evening, Mr. Taylor. Could you please provide your full name and address?
Harry Taylor, 1901 Brandon Circle, Charlotte, 28211.
Please proceed with your statement.
Did you ask for something else?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Sometime back I read a book called The Power of One. The book takes place in South Africa, give or take 10 years either side of the Second World War. The two main characters in the book are a young English lad, maybe 7 or 8 years old, by the name of PK. The other is an older gentleman, an expatriate from Germany, who's left the country because of the danger and because of Hitler, and he's a former university professor, probably 70, 75 years old. Because they live in an Afrikaner part of South Africa, they're a minority, and they meet each other and become fast friends, and Doc, the older guy, becomes a mentor to PK. And in a conversation, he says one day, PK, man is the only animal that can store knowledge outside his body. Think about that. Man is the only animal that can store knowledge outside his body. Because man can store knowledge outside his body, we know, as we in this room, we the citizens of North Carolina, you on the Public Utilities Commission, and Duke Energy, knows the effects of mercury and arsenic in drinking water. We know the effect on the human lungs of burning fossil fuels, burning coal, not to mention climate change. We know the effects of a Peabody coal tearing a mountain off the face of the earth in West Virginia. We know now what happens when nuclear power plants melt down, and we know what happens when they're overrun by a tidal wave. We also know the advantages, the tremendous advantages of energy conservation and renewable energy. These are all things we know. And we know because they've happened before and somebody's documented that, because human beings can do that. Regardless of what we know, all of us, the people, the Commission, Duke Energy is rewarded for building whether or not there's a need and whether or not there's a risk. They don't have any risk. They can just go out and build just to build. That has become a monumental problem in this state and a monumental problem with the way Duke Energy does business. The IRP that we're talking about tonight suggests that even though they know better, they're going to keep on doing the same thing for the next 20 years. So that brings me to you, the Public Utilities Commission. Your charge is to champion the people of the state of North Carolina. Your charge is not to champion Duke Energy and Duke Energy's investors. I don't think there's anybody... Nobody in this room is not appreciative that when we walk over that wall over there and turn that switch that the lights come on or they go off, we flip that switch. And while Duke Energy, the people that work there are our neighbors and our friends, the people we play music with, the people we go to church with, your job is to provide fair regulation of public utilities in the interest of the public. That's a quote right out of the PUC's statute. So after all else, at the end of the day, your job is to represent the people of the state of North Carolina. We own the state, not Duke Energy. We own the state, and your job is to represent us. Thank you.
Our next witness is Lisa Zirkle, and after Ms. Zirkle will be Alan Burns. Good evening, Ms. Zirkle. Could you please spell your full name and provide your address?
Yes, Lisa, L-I-S-A, Zirkle, Z-E-R-K-L-E. My address is 2420 Danbury Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you for being here tonight. Duke Energy's proposed plan is short-sighted, profit-focused, and puts the best interests of North Carolinians last. Smart investors would shy away from nuclear and coal for plenty of reasons, Crystal River and carbon costs among them. But I want to focus on water. Consider a load of laundry washed in an electric machine. The amount of water withdrawn from our water supply to produce electricity to run the machine is 3 to 10 times more than the amount of water used to actually wash the clothes. 3 to 10 times more water used to run power plants than to run the appliance. Then consider the record-breaking droughts and water shortages that have plagued the Southeast in recent years. We've all seen the interstate legal squabbles over withdrawals from the Catawba River, which was named the most endangered river in the country, in part due to water mismanagement. Climate change and demands from increasing population will only exacerbate this problem. It is utter folly to put in place a long-term plan dependent on water we won't have. In the case of water scarcity, nuclear and coal-fired power plants are taken offline, and North Carolina will be compelled to import power from other regions at high cost. What are our options? The first and most cost-conscious is to maximize energy efficiency. An article in yesterday's Wall Street Journal noted new housing construction in Germany based on passive heating. These houses will cost 3 to 5% more to build, but require 50 to 80% less energy to run. This is simple, existing technology using increased insulation and energy-efficient windows. Germany is turning towards efficiency in order to replace nuclear energy with renewables. This is a pragmatic, cost-effective strategy we should emulate. Solar costs have plummeted over the past few years. Our state has the best resources for wind energy on the Atlantic coast. And none of these approaches, energy efficiency, solar, or wind, use our precious water supplies to create power. Let's maximize our investment towards efficiency and renewables while safeguarding our water supply. That's the approach a smart investor with an eye towards what's best for North Carolina ratepayers would take. Thank you.
Alan Burns, and after Mr. Burns, Holly Adams.
My name is Alan Burns, ALANBURNS. My address 6914 Rocky Falls Road, Charlotte 28211. Okay, first of all, thank you for coming to listen to us tonight. Wind and solar power accounted for over 16% of electricity generated in Germany last year. That's not 20 years from now, that's today, 16%. Germany's renewable target in 20 years from now is 35%. This should be the model for North Carolina. The Department of Energy's 20% by 2030 report predicts that 5 to 10 gigawatts of energy could come from North Carolina's coastline, and that's just the wind energy. Translation, that's more than 12 cliffside plants. The paltry 2.25% of solar and wind 20 years from now is alarming and short-sighted. It's a glaring admission by Duke Energy's planners that they show little or no vision in an age of accelerating climate change. My understanding is that Germany gets far less sun than we do. And I'm from Northern Europe, so that's true, I confirm that. We can and must do better. Including the health consequences of coal-fired plants, solar and wind now provide lower cost energy than fossil fuels. Unfortunately, those hidden costs aren't included in your mandate. However, that is a cost to all residents of the state. The National Academy of Sciences contend that burning of fossil fuels costs the US about $120 billion a year, mostly because of thousands of premature deaths from air pollution. This is a cost that ought to be factored in to your calculations, determining what the cheapest source of energy available is. To consider that more than 50% of Duke's energy 20 years from now will come from fossil fuels is simply ridiculous in its mediocrity. I'd suggest that Duke Energy employs a modern thinking planning team, maybe from Germany, to replace whoever is arriving at such ludicrous targets. Duke's IRP is a management plan heading back to the 1900s. They appear a company totally devoid of vision, unaware that this is the 21st century that we're living in. I call for the NCUC to throw this inept plan out of the window, give it the F grade that it deserves, and demand at least a B grade attempt. Right now, Duke Energy is a dysfunctional utility, even by North American standards. Thank you.
Holly Adams, and after Ms. Adams is Amy Pekarsik, I believe. Good evening, Ms. Adams. Could you please state your full name and address?
Yes, it's Holiday Adams, Holliday, Adams, Adams. And I live at 100 Matador Lane in Charlotte at 28209.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, and thank you very much for your time and attention. My name is Holiday Adams, Holly Adams, and I host a weekly health radio show in Charlotte. And the Healthy Home Hour gives me a bird's eye view into the many health concerns that our community struggles with, as well as a chance to meet and share encouraging info from our region's visionary leaders. Duke's plan does not demonstrate leadership. This North Carolina plan omits the Duke Renewables plan at work in other areas of the country. Why are we on the short end of a Duke double standard? Renewables are the future, and entire nations like Germany have retired 8 of their 22 nuclear power plants scheduled to be phased out by 2022. Germany knows that nuclear energy is wildly expensive and ferociously a huge risk, both financially speaking and environmentally speaking for any community. And in fact, in Hamburg, Germany, which was voted Europe's green capital in 2010, after spending $10 billion in a multi-use project that was built along the old harbor, there are great expectations there now in Hamburg, and the city's urban core will now double, adding 45,000 permanent jobs with low energy, sustainable housing and businesses, all heated and powered by a combo of solar, centralized advanced wood combustion boilers, and other low carbon sources, says Bloomberg News from November 20th of just last year, 2012. Right now, Duke already has 2 Fukushima-style nuclear plants that are said to be, quote, beasts, unquote, in the industry. The economical energy lines are about to cross. In 5 years, it will be cheaper for Duke to have invested in renewables right here at home rather than invest in what will be obsolete and antiquated in just 5 years. Solar costs are plummeting. And with solar power, there's no legacy issues, no continued expense with a yucca-style mountain full of nuclear waste. It is reckless, really, to divert taxpayer dollars from the future of renewables to this outdated, last-century business, and nuclear is becoming even more expensive as new rules are afoot since the escalated enforcement conference of January 7th, with a follow-up meeting to happen March 5th that concerns adequate safety protection. Are we not adequately protected? Other major resources used in Duke's energy portfolio are coal and gas. Both are costly, both have disastrous toxic effects on our environment, which affects the health of our citizens and therefore our shared financial well-being too, because sick people can't easily contribute much. Like nuclear power, coal and gas production require immense, titanic amounts of water. As you may know, 80% of our North Carolina water goes towards cooling nuclear and coal facilities before re-entering the water table as tainted and too hot. This is truly irresponsible given the many droughts we've experienced and are likely to continue to experience in our region. And I'd like to bring to your mind a day in the life of your families. Say a 4th of July, 15 years from now, where there isn't enough water to get your boat onto Lake Norman or Lake Wylie, and fireworks are outlawed because of the drought, and your grandchildren are forced to stay indoors due to the extended code orange. The dreamy summer night is now unnatural. Nature has become unnatural. And now your families everywhere are without joy and promise. Now, I have no children of my own and therefore no grandchildren, but I do belong to the human family, and so I ask in the name of your grandchildren to insist that Duke's plan invest in a healthy and wealthy future. This is the time to make adult decisions. As adults, we know that there are consequences to all of our actions, and this sensitive understanding of consequences is the hallmark of leadership. Please insist that Duke take a leadership role in our shared future. Thank you.
Next witness is Amy Pekarsik, and after Ms. Pekarsik is Autumn Pekarsik.
Testify first?
Yes.
You promise to tell the truth?
I promise to tell the truth.
Evening. Could you spell your name for us? I apologize, I mispronounced it from the sheet.
Clay, C-L-A-Y, Pekarsik, P-I-C-A-R-S-I-C.
And could you provide your address?
6715 Redmond Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28212.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chloe Pekarsik, and I am 10 years old. I am in 4th grade now, and I want to be a scientist when I grow up. Duke Energy has been to my school and other schools telling kids that they are doing the right thing. They are not doing the right thing because they're still burning coal. Coal-fired power plants make the air dirty and cause global warming. Global warming is making the sea levels rise and putting our lives at risk. Duke Energy is putting their own company at risk by burning coal. Please tell Duke Energy to stop building coal plants and to build clean energy like solar and wind farms. Please tell them to do the right thing. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Yes.
Good evening. Could you provide your name for the clerk, please?
Autumn Pekarsik.
Thank you. Please proceed with your statement.
Hi, my name is Autumn Pekarsik, and I am 13 years old. I'm an 8th grader at Northwest School of the Arts here in Charlotte. I am hoping to become a doctor when I grow up. I want to help kids who suffer from asthma attacks caused by pollution in the air, like my friend Jenny. Tonight I'm here to talk about Duke Energy's plan for the next 20 years. I've heard that Duke plans to keep using coal-fired power plants and not very much solar and wind power. This scares me because I know that coal plants pollute the air and cause global warming. In 20 years, I will be 33 years old, and I might have my own family. If we keep polluting the air like we are now, then imagine what kind of world I will be raising my kids in, a smoggy mess. Scientists are telling us now that we need to stop burning coal. If we don't stop now, then it will be too late. I've always hoped that in 20 years from now, every home would have solar panels on the roof and everyone would be driving around in electric cars. But according to Duke's plan, we will still be living in the dark ages. So tonight, I'm asking you to please tell Duke Energy that their plan is not good enough. Make them rewrite their plan that includes mostly wind and solar, and no old technology like coal. Tell them to think about the future, my future.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak tonight.
Our next witness is Anna Banke, and after Ms. Banke, the second witness will be Richard Fireman. Good evening. Anna, could you please spell your full name for the commission clerk?
Anna, A-N-N-A, Benke, B-E-H-N-K-E.
Thank you. Please proceed with your statement.
Hello, my name is Anna Benke and I am 12 years old. I am concerned about my future. I live near Riverbend coal-fired power plant and I'm worried about the pollution that it puts out. In 20 years, the percentage of renewable energy will be exactly the same now. Duke Energy could lead other energy companies to use clean, renewable energy. They could set an example, and you can get them to do this. Coal pollutes our drinking water also. I did my science fair project on the arsenic levels on Mountain Island Lake. We found arsenic in every sample. All of this dirty energy mess will be my generation's problem. We can fix all of this by using clean, renewable energy. It's a simple fix. Thank you for coming to Charlotte.
Can you explain your chart there? Is that your science project?
Yes. Right here we have the graph of the arsenic levels that we found.
Yeah, a little bit closer over to the commissioners. A little bit closer over to the commissioners.
The ash ponds are behind the river, and we tested in 5 different areas. We tested near the outfall. We tested at Duck Pond Cove. We tested at the Charlotte Drinking Water Intake. We tested near Riverbend and the sandbar. And all of them were over except one actually just met EPA one that I
Mr. Fireman, our next witness will be Ken. Good evening, Mr. Fireman. Could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Richard Fireman, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, F-I-R-E-M-A-N, 374 Laughing River Road, Mars Hill, North Carolina, 28754.
Please proceed with your statement.
This is a hard act to follow. It's not really an act, but I'm so impressed by all the children that have turned out here and the citizen turnout. And I know that I've testified before this commission many times before, and I hope it's not the last time I testify before this commission. I hope that some of you stay on the commission as the politics unfolds in the state, because as we heard, that many of you have science backgrounds, and I think that's really important. I was going to bring a piece of coal into the hearing room tonight, and it was about the size of my fist, and I was not allowed to bring it in. Security said that coal is a lethal weapon. I said I'd chop it up into small pieces. They said, coal is a lethal weapon. Coal is not clean. Coal is not dirty. You can wash dirt off your hands. And as we all know, what comes out of the mining, processing, transportation, and burning of coal and the storage of coal kills us. It kills us in so many ways. And we've known this for over 450 years. In 1661, John Evelyn wrote to King Charles II of England and the Parliament about the inconvenience of the air and smoke in London caused by the burning of coal. Today, the science tells us how coal kills, and it's much more than an inconvenience. Your action, commissioners, on this IRP is the most important decision that this commission, as an official servant of the people of North Carolina, will ever make. It will determine the health and viability of all life in our beautiful state from this time forward. If you allow Duke and Progress Energy to continue to burn coal, the future of our citizens is doomed to a world of heat that humans have never experienced. These IRPs are a death sentence for all future generations. Coal kills people today. And there's two documents that I want to submit as evidence that have been written by Physicians for Social Responsibility. This is how coal kills. 100,000 miners have died in our country since 1900. Every day, 3 miners die from black lung disease. 24,000 Americans die prematurely every year from coal-related exposures. 550,000 asthma attacks per year are attributed to coal. 38,000 non-fatal heart attacks are attributed to coal. 70% of all railroad traffic in this country is related to coal transport, and in 2007 there were 246 coal-related deaths from those accidents. In a 2008 analysis, it was estimated that if we counted all the external public health and social costs from burning coal to our electric bill, we should be paying 2 to 4 times the amount that we are now paying, totaling about $345 billion per year added onto our electric charges. And the reference for that is in this document. Duke and Progress are passing these costs on to the health industry, local governments, state and federal governments, and more importantly, to our children and grandchildren who will not be able to pay the price because we won't be able to restore the lost land, the polluted water, the dead oceans, and the overheated world. The dirty truth is that we are paying to kill ourselves while Duke and Progress profit. It boggles my imagination that Duke is planning 24% and Progress planning 19% of our electricity to the burning of coal in the next 15 to 20 years. What a failure of imagination. Aren't 450 years of burning coal for our energy needs more than enough? If we allow the Duke and Progress to burn coal in the next 20 years, we will be doomed to a world that's 4 degrees centigrade warmer. That's 7 to 8 degrees Fahrenheit. And this report is part of the record. A 4-degree world, written by the radical environmental organization, the World Bank. Drought and crop failures in the U.S. Superstorm Sandy in 2012, followed by Hurricane Irene in 2011, devastated New York and New England. Sandy killed over 100 people in the U.S. We didn't read about Typhoon Bopha that killed over 1,000 people in the Philippines in December. All these make clear that the future of climate change is now and is a real threat to human civilization and most life on Earth. 4 degrees warmer means that for many of us on the continental United States, the coolest months will be warmer than the warmer months now. The coolest months will be warmer than the warmest months now. We won't be able to grow crops. we won't be able to work outside. Your decision on these IRPs will determine the fate of all future generations of North Carolinians, including your grandchildren and my grandchildren. No one is exempt, and you and only hold the power and the moral responsibility to determine our collective future. I'm reminded of Martin Luther King's sermon, Beyond Vietnam, that he wrote in 1967. Quote, "We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. The tide of the affairs of men does not remain at the flood, it ebbs. We may cry out desperately for a time to pause in her passage, but time is deaf to every plea and rushes on. Over the bleached bones and jumbled residue of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, too late. Commissioners, it's not too late to say no to coal. Reject these IRPs as written and demand a clean, responsible energy future for our children." Thank you.
Have to continue. Mr. Fireman, you had some exhibits.
Yes.
Can you please identify those?
I won't submit the written testimony because some of it was ad-libbed, and you have it there. And then there's the 3 documents on coal and health and the one on heat.
We'll mark those as Fireman Exhibit 1. Are there questions for the witness? Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, or a 13-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes tonight.
Please take your seats.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back on the record. Please come to order. Mr. Dodge, who are your next 2 witnesses?
Our next witness is Kim Anthony, and after Ms. Anthony is Douglas Preschel.
We have an attorney who wasn't here at the beginning, wants to make his appearance for the record.
Thank you, Chair Bainey. Commissioners, Brett Reisler from Guarlo is half the committee, North Carolina Power.
Good evening, Ms. Anthony. Could you please provide your full name and address for the court reporter?
Sure. It's Kim Anthony, 12104 New Abbey Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28273.
Please proceed with your statement.
I'm here today as an engaged citizen and a ratepayer. I've lived in the Charlotte area for the past 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns about Duke Energy's plan for the next 20 years. Currently, wind energy is Spain's #1 source of energy. India has pledged to multiply their solar capacity 8-fold by 2017. Iowa now gets 25% of its energy from wind. In fact, 100% of new energy installed in the United States in January of this year was renewable energy. The technology is available to us right now. However, based on Duke Energy's planned commitment to fossil fuels and nuclear energy, it's obvious that Duke has no genuine interest in building clean energy here in North Carolina. Let me tell you what I have no interest in. I have no interest in financing Duke's plan of destruction. I have no interest in funding air and water pollution, I have no interest in contributing to the removal of mountaintops. I have no interest in funding the climate change that we're currently experiencing. The record heat waves, the superstorm Sandys, the droughts, the escalating food prices, the destructive wildfires. Nor do I have interest in dooming future generations to far worse effects that science tells us are coming. So I ask you to reject this plan. The time has come for Duke Energy to make a significant investment in renewable energy in order to become both relevant and competitive in our rapidly changing world. Human and environmental health demand it. A secure energy future demands it. I demand it, and you should too. In the best interest of all stakeholders, Duke Energy must go back to the drawing board and present us with a meaningful plan emphasizing renewable energy to match the scale of the challenges that we face. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, Zach. Any questions for Zach? Next witness is Gus Preschel. And after Mr. Preschel is Robert Dukakis. Good evening, Mr. Preschel. Could you please spell your first name and last name for the public record?
Yes, my name is August, as in the month, Preschle, P-R-E-S-C-H-L-E, and I live at 7711 Lassiter Road in Clemens, North Carolina, 27012.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight I want to challenge you to demand a forward-looking integrated resource plan from Duke Energy. Their current plan is just the opposite. And frankly, as a ratepayer, I'm embarrassed by it. Think back over the past few decades. I can see that some of you, like me, have been around for a while, and we can remember many important innovations by public utilities and public employees. Think about the conversion of the ports from cargo handlers handling one package at a time to containerization of rail and shipping. Think about airports being converted by public employees to handle jumbo jets. Think about the introduction of rail transit to airports to reduce highway congestion and improve the traveler's experience. Think of that space station. All of these were brought to us by employees and companies, much like Duke, regulated and staffed by dedicated employees. But there's a difference. Duke is living in the Stone Ages. You've heard a lot of testimony about it. Why aren't they bringing extraordinary things to us? There's nothing in the Duke IRP that I saw that is at all like what North Carolina needs for its citizens. I attended the past 2 Duke Energy board meetings in this city, and I've also heard Jim Rogers, the president of Duke, speak at a number of public education events. And frankly, I come away convinced that Duke Energy is stuck in the past with its heavy reliance on coal and nuclear. The rest of the world is moving ahead. You've heard about Germany and a few other countries. Duke is holding us back. And our cost in health, jobs, and the economy is uncounted, but obviously tremendous. As one telling example, let's look at offshore wind in a little more detail than has been brought up earlier. Europe and Asia are already enjoying affordable, underline, affordable, reliable, and clean offshore wind energy on a grand scale. Duke's IRP report shows only 457 megawatts of wind power in 2032. And it doesn't even differentiate between on and offshore wind. What about what's going on in Europe? And what's been going on in Europe since 1991? More than 1,500 turbines are already spinning in 56 farms in 10 countries. This is not just a German phenomenon, not just a Denmark phenomenon. 10 countries are spinning turbines. And they're generating more than 4,300 megawatts of electricity as we speak. This is an astonishing 10 times Duke's 2032 forecast from both on and offshore wind. 10 times. In fact, Great Britain alone already has over 1,500 megawatts in production offshore, or almost 4 times Duke's 2032 forecast for on and offshore wind energy. I've seen many of those farms, and I had the opportunity to talk to the people who live near them. They are fond and proud of them. Many of those countries enjoy better health, longer lives, and a lower infant mortality rate than we do here. There are 13 additional wind farms in Europe currently under construction, doubling the capacity, with an additional 3,700 megawatts to come online. That's 8 times Duke's IRP plan for us for 2032. China already has 300 megawatts installed offshore, and they want to dominate the manufacturing market. Isn't that what we want to do in North Carolina? I'm sure you already know that North Carolina has the greatest potential for offshore wind power along the eastern seaboard. Yet Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island will probably have wind turbines in production years ahead of North Carolina unless you demand more now. The challenge falls to you to reject Duke's regressive plan and demand that they bring this state into the 21st century. This is not new technology, as others have stated. The advantages and the risks are known. Now we need a forward-thinking utility commission and a public utility infrastructure to bring it here. It's time to demand a double-digit offshore wind power target in the revised IRP for our state. Do not let the old backward-thinking plan be adopted. This is a strong North Carolina. This is the United States of America. We have the intelligence, creativity, drive, and public interest to be world leaders. Let's take on that challenge and show that we have what it takes to be the best at bringing clean, renewable, and affordable energy to the people and industry in this, the state with the best offshore wind potential on the East Coast. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions?
The next witness is Robert Jacatis, and after Mr. Jacatis is Teresita Placencia. Good evening, Mr. Jacatis.
Good evening.
Could you please spell your full name and spell your last name for us?
Robert Jacatis, Jakaitis.
And your address?
19705 Acacia Place, Cornelius.
Please proceed with your statement.
It's been an interesting night for me. I came here, it's probably changed over the last hour. And I was going to be really dramatic, but I didn't think that might not go over too well, because I think everyone in the room is missing something. I'm here. I'm blessed to be here. I'm a spiritual person. I'm here because God brought me here. And I don't think our country, people don't realize where we're at. I'm going to go back to my speech. This is not about Duke Power or this commission. These people, they've heard it all. You're not telling them anything they haven't heard. I came here really upset, but I'm going to point to the people. It's not them. It's you guys. They're not going to do anything. They can't do anything. Who out there, what are you guys doing? What are you, as homeowners, what are you doing to reduce your load? There's a person. Can you stand up and say?
Mr. McKenzie, please direct your comments to us. This is for us to hear what your opinion is.
What about them?
This is the purpose of this hearing, is for you to present to us what your opinions and comments are.
Okay? I think the system's broken. Our government is broken. Do you know why? Do you know why a boy would go and shoot up kindergartners? He's ignored. This isn't about, it's about a broken system. And you need to take this seriously. My name is Bob Jacadis. My company is Jake the Lake Development. We do building science, research, and development. I've specialized in weatherization on Department of Energy projects over the last 4 years. I worked as a weatherization contractor under Gaston Community Action, under the Department of Energy Weatherization Assistance Program. And if you have anything to do with government, listen to me. The system's broken. I was threatened by the Attorney General because I was calling to try and resolve a situation. With that experience with Gaston Community Action, I tried to fix what was wrong. I'm not sure if anyone was aware of the weatherization program and how many problems there was, how much money was spent. Mr. Obama's program, who I followed, Mr. Obama, I love the man. I'm from Chicago. I know the West Side. I grew up, I like to say I'm a poor black child from Chicago. That's a bad joke, but it's true. So with that weatherization experience and knowing the problems, I'm an electrical engineer, 20-year computer project manager, and after 9/11 I was laid off. So I decided to be a green warrior for our country, and that's what I pursued, is Mr. Obama's plan. Pardon?
President Obama, please remain silent while he speaks.
He's still an American citizen. I respect him. With that experience and knowing how to innovate the DOE weatherization program, Jake at the Lake's weatherization program concept partnered on a $2 million Department of Energy Weatherization Innovation Pilot Program grant. $2 million with $6 million matching funds, some of which Duke Power is involved. The grant was awarded based on a 3-to-1 matching fund requirement. Matching funds were to come from a volunteer workforce, North Carolina Housing Finance Agency help funds, Lowe's discount, and a home power monitoring discount that I brought to the program. The whole concept was my idea and my partner. We applied and we were awarded the grant. $2 million. I come to you with firsthand experience on public-private joint ventures. There is an opportunity right now for Duke Power to partner with my organization to immediately and effectively expand the energy efficiency and demand-side management percentages. I don't expect that to happen, but I'm asking to cooperate because I see after 4 years, demanding change or being the whistleblower, trying to be, I hate the term whistleblower, but trying to say, let's fix this, let's fix this. People in the government don't. It's so confused that there's no response. These funds are critical to my group's ability to grow. A lot of funding goes towards low-income housing, and that's needed. But what is low income now? Who is the poor? The middle class is poor now. It is almost impossible for me to access the energy-efficient funding under the current system as a small business. Habitat for Humanity is well-funded. Poor people. Pardon?
Please, do not interrupt, or I'll have to ask you to leave. Mrs. Davis, please continue.
I would like to collaborate with Duke Power to streamline this process. And if you have any answer, I don't believe it's Duke Power. It's the legislature. It's our government. That's what I'm trying to explain to everyone here. It's the government. You need to go to our representatives. That's where the fight is, not with these people. I'm on your side.
Mrs. Davis, please, would you like to comment to the commission?
Okay. I'm about done. Because I don't know that anyone's even going to listen to me today. I've sent a message to the president. President Obama knows about this project. I know you're all avid supporters of the president. He knows about the project I was on. He's ignored me. He might even know Jake at the Lake at this point. I've been so loud. He avoided me when he came to the convention. He met with somebody on the project, though, not me. In the immortal words of President Reagan, Mr. President, tear down this wall.
Questions, Mrs. Davis?
No questions.
Next witness.
Teresita Placencia, and after Ms. Placencia, Deb Arneson. Good evening, Ms. Placencia. Could you please spell your full first and last name for the recording?
My first name is Teresita, Terecita. Last name Placencia, Plasencia.
Can you provide your address as well?
19075 Acacia Place, Cornelius, North Carolina, 28031.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. I apologize for my voice. I've been suffering from the flu. I'm putting my speech away because my feelings have changed as well. I am an American. I'm a naturalized American. But one of the proudest things that I am is an American. And I am here as an American for my children, for my grandson, for all the children, and for all the people. We need to unite. We need to move forward. We need to be conscious of everything that is done because it affects us. I see a lot of sad faces, but one thing we always have is hope. Hope that we can come together in agreement. Hope that we can see our children grow old and their children grow old, and that we can enjoy this beautiful world that God has given us. I am partnered with Robert Jacadis. I am a superintendent, and I am a researcher and developer into this new and still growing green environment. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to stop the waste. We have an opportunity to stop the grant mills. We have an opportunity to stimulate this economy. And we have an opportunity to be number one again. I'm afraid. In 1967, when I came to this country, my parents promised me we would always be safe now. I'm scared. I'm scared. And I reach out, but no one reaches back. Please help us come together. Please join us in our mission. We are pioneers in this new environment. Our groundbreaking research tells us that things can really improve, but nobody wants our hand. We do volunteer work. The WAP program was zero profit for our company. But the knowledge that we got was priceless. Don't stop small business. Small business makes this country. Help us join you. We are you. We are one. And if we continue forward to be divided, we become small. We're strong. This is a strong country. This is the best country. Don't separate. Unite. Come to a conclusion that benefits everyone. Thank you.
Ms. Placencia, any questions, Ms. Placencia?
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Deb Arneson. After Ms. Arneson will be Alan Davis.
Okay. Hand on the Bible, right hand up. I'm Deb Arneson.
Please read that, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Vaughn, ask some questions, please.
Good evening, Ms. Arneson. Could you please provide your full name and address?
Sure. Deborah Arneson, 360 Webb Road, Wadesboro, North Carolina, 28170.
And could you spell your last name as well?
Arnason. I'm going to provide a copy of what I say to the transcriptionist, so that should help too. I'm going to try to be fast. I lost my voice. I went to D.C. to protest the XL pipeline and some other dirty energy, and it was worth the trip. But anyway, my husband Arnie is missing a lung from cancer, and he has trouble breathing, especially during cold air orange days when the winds blow from Charlotte. We get our electricity from PD Electric, which used to buy from Duke and Progress, and now they've merged, and it is already quite expensive. 3 of my precious grandchildren have asthma, which I attribute to Duke coal burning, and I base on a vast amount of research concerning the health effects of coal. As a Duke shareholder, I have spoken up at meetings about the insanity of continuing to burn fossil fuels, and as a concerned citizen, I have worked with many groups to bring this to Duke's attention. Duke executives even refused a shareholder request last year to study the true cost of coal. I wonder why. Surely it would be better to know the facts. I have offered many plans of solutions to pollution and working models of towns and nations like Germany that are rapidly switching over to cost-effective renewable energies like distributed rooftop solar. I am appalled at Duke's absolute refusal to budge and to insist on a 20-year IRP plan that only factors in 3% solar, wind, and pig poop by 2032, with a concentration on coal, natural gas, and nuclear. If this refusal to see reality as an addiction, I would understand having been a counselor. The trouble with addictions is that they are downhill, progressive, and suicidal. Once again, NC Warren offers a better plan, and once again, Duke turns away. There's something nobody's mentioned as yet. There's an added factor, and this is a secretive and very undemocratic group that Duke and some of the legislators in Raleigh belong to. It's known as the American Legislative Executive Council. In other words, a bill mill. ALEC writes bills for ALEC member legislators to present to the North Carolina legislature for passage. ALEC bills have been fast-tracked to allow the destructive practice of fracking for natural gas here in North Carolina, while eliminating most of the North Carolina departments charged with protecting our air, water, land, and government oversight. And that might even include some positions on the Utility Commission. I'm sure you're aware of that. Being on well water in a frack zone, we are very concerned. The perfect storm is our new governor, who is heavily invested in Duke Energy as a former employee and major stockholder. These are all huge conflicts of interest. I am asking that you require Duke to write a new IRP that does not force us to subsidize our own demise. Require Duke instead to adopt massive, cost-effective energy efficiency programs. Then have them invest the money we save by wasting less energy in truly safe, renewable wind and solar energy. Now I'm going to give you, you can Google ALEC member corporations for yourself. Everyone out there, just Google ALEC, A-L-E-C, member corporations. There's some other websites on here. Check out frackfreenorthcarolina.org. And also go on ncwarn.org and check out the plan that they've offered to Duke, which has again been refused. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I hope that this time it makes a difference. Thank you.
Questions, Ms. Arms?
I have no questions.
Thank you very much.
Our next witness is Alan Davis, and after Mr. Davis is Osama Wazar. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing the last name. Wazam.
I do.
Good evening, Mr. Davis. Could you please provide your full name and address for the court reporter?
I'm Alan Davis, 6700 Linda Lake Drive, Charlotte, 28215.
Thank you. Please proceed with your statement.
I moved here from Oklahoma in 2004 to take a position as a statistician in a medical research company. After living most of my life in Texas and Oklahoma, I found North Carolina to be a state with beautiful forests, beaches, and clear streams. But I've been surprised to find some of the extreme weather events that were once ascribed to Oklahoma and the Midwest. Tornadoes, drought, increased pollution of water and air. Although I was not alive during the Dust Bowl era, I remember dust storms we had in East Texas in the early 50s. And that was pretty bad, and it took years to get beyond that point, and it took a change in the way that we did our agricultural practices. We need to heed the concern of our scientists who predict that changing sea levels will result in great dislocations of people from low-lying areas, species extinction of flora and fauna, as well as increasingly erratic weather events. Of course, burning of coal contributes a lot of warming to our atmosphere, and it would seem that nuclear power generation would help. But we've seen it's difficult to ensure a safe nuclear plant, given the disasters at Chernobyl, in Daiichi in Japan, as well as the close call that we had at 3 Mile Island. The disaster in Japan has prompted planners in Germany to completely stop nuclear generation by 2020. Currently, Germany supplies about 25% of its electrical power from renewable energy resources. And by 2020, this is expected to rise to 35%. That's only 7 years away. And their goal by 2030, which is within 20 years, their goal is 50% energy production from renewable sources of energy. A couple of years ago, the breakdown of renewable energy sources there was about 36% from wind, 33% from biomass and biowaste, 19% from hydroelectric, and 12% from solar. Now, I think we in North Carolina can do better than that because we have better access to solar. I think that by 2020 we will have learned new tools for renewable energy storage and transmission. Let's minimize our risk to nuclear and to coal and look at these new directions. Let's redirect our experts who have been so able with new technologies in the past to become expert in new technologies of the future. And thank you for being here.
The next witness is Osama Wazam, and after our second witness will be Katie Benke.
Still here? What was the name again? What's the dog?
Appears to be Osama Wazam.
Next witness.
Thank you. Katie or Cade Benke. After Ms. Benke is Matthew Chip. Oh, I'm sorry.
Still the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please be seated.
Okay, could you please spell your name for the court reporter?
C-A-D-E, and my last name is B-E-H-N-K-E.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. I wonder why I don't understand why there is a wind turbine on the front of Duke Energy's book, their report booklet, when they only have 2% renewable energy in Charlotte. I don't think that using coal is safe or healthy for anyone. And I don't think there's a reason why we can't just move on to wind and solar, and I think that will help our community.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Please.
I have no questions. This is Matthew Chiappetti, and after Mr. Chiappetti, Mary Chiappetti.
Still here. Next witness.
Sarah Benke, and then after that, Kathy Chiappetti, but I'd be gone. If not, after that will be Kevin Manning. Taylor Meyer will be after that.
Chair, I think it's good.
Good evening. Could you please provide your full name and if you don't mind spelling the last name?
Sure. Sarah, S-A-R-A. Last name is Benke, B-E-H-N-K-E.
And your address?
1549 Mount Isle Harbor Drive, Charlotte 28214.
Please proceed with your statement.
My name is Sarah Benke, and I'm a mother of a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old, both of whom you've heard from tonight. I'm also a cancer survivor and the founder of We Love Mountain Island Lake. I live here in Charlotte, and I happen to live within sight of Duke Energy's Riverbend coal-fired power plant. And I'm here tonight because I want the Utilities Commission to know about the impact that coal is having on my community and other communities like mine all around North Carolina. Coal-fired power plants, as I'm sure you know, are our nation's #1 emitter of CO2, which is the primary cause of global warming. But it's not just our climate that's being hurt by Duke Energy's reliance on coal. According to the American Lung Association, coal-fired power plants produce more hazardous air emissions than any other industrial pollution source. Here in North Carolina, Duke Energy relies on a disproportionate amount of coal for energy. We are far behind other states in renewable energy. And do you know who's paying the price for that? Our children. According to the North Carolina epidemiologist, more than 13,000 children are born here in North Carolina each year with blood mercury levels that put them at risk for lifelong learning disabilities, attention deficit disorders, and lowered IQ. The source of this mercury exposure is coal-fired power plants. We live in the 8th worst state in the nation for toxic air pollution. That's why asthma affects 1 out of every 10 school children and is the #1 reason kids miss school in North Carolina. According to CMS, asthma is the #1 chronic disease among students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Over 14,000 students in CMS have been identified with asthma. Children are at the greatest risk from air pollution because they are more likely to be active outdoors and their lungs are still developing. Pound for pound, children eat, drink, and breathe more than we adults do. Their bodies take in proportionally larger amounts of environmental toxins than adults' bodies do. Their lungs, brains, and other organs are still developing and therefore are especially at risk from exposure to toxics from coal like arsenic, mercury, and lead. Again, it is our children, your children, my children, who are paying the price for this continued reliance on dirty energy. Thankfully, the 84-year-old Riverbend plant that I live near will finally close very soon. However, my community will be left with a toxic legacy of coal. 3.2 million cubic yards of coal ash that sit in 68 acres of unlined storage ponds, which drain directly into Mountain Island Lake, which is the drinking water source for most of us here tonight, and over 800,000 other Charlotteans. Because these ponds are not lined, they leach into the soil, contaminating groundwater with a host of toxic substances. Water containing high levels of arsenic from these waste ponds gushes continually into Mountain Island Lake. This is the legacy of coal. This is the legacy of Duke's proposed IRP. the legacy that will be handed down to my children and grandchildren and to your children and grandchildren. Duke Energy's 20-year plan calls for only a measly 2.2% of energy coming from renewable sources by 2032. That's basically the same amount that they generate now. So in 20 years, we will make no progress here in North Carolina toward cleaner energy and healthier communities. And to top it off, Duke Energy's plan calls for our rates to more than quadruple, even though they will continue to rely on dirty fossil fuels and pass on the health costs to people like you and me. That is why I'm here to ask you, the Utilities Commission, who have the power to make a positive change for our future, to use your power to regulate on behalf of the people of North Carolina. Your website states that the Utilities Commission's first objective is to regulate on behalf of the best interest of the people. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight that Duke Energy's IRP is not in my best interest. It is not in my children's best interest. It is not in your children's best interest. It is not in the best interest of the people of North Carolina. I'm here to request that the North Carolina Utilities Commission regulate on our behalf, on behalf of the people of North Carolina, and reject Duke Energy's current integrated resources plan. North Carolina deserves better. We deserve clean, affordable energy. Thank you for holding this hearing tonight.
Taylor Myers, and after Ms. Myers, Patrick Bowling. Good evening, Ms. Myers. Could you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Taylor Myers, M-Y-E-R-S.
And please proceed with your statement.
Hi, my name is Taylor Myers. I'm in 8th grade and I go to Mount Allen Charter School. I love being outside, but when I think about my future, what I see is the life we're heading towards isn't a good future for me or you or our children. The problems that I'm addressing is the air quality and why we aren't using solar energy, and isn't it less expensive to use solar energy and wind energy? And it's more efficient, so why aren't we using them? I have borderline asthma, but this air still affects me and many others. And as Thomas Edison once said, I'd put my money on the sun and solar energy. What a source of power. I hope we don't have to wait until oil and coal run out before we tackle that. And that was in 1931. Thank you.
Next witness is Patrick Boland, and after Mr. Boland will be Lucy Christopher.
Thank you for having this meeting with me.
Would you mind providing your full name for the court reporter?
Patrick Boland. The address is 5423 Londonderry Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28210.
Could you spell your last name?
B-O-L-E-N.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I perused the Duke Energy IRP plan projections for 2012. Following are my concerns. Number one, there's no evidence that any of this plan meets least cost energy planning, which is what the North Carolina Utility Commission is to promote. Considering the historical evidence of this utility's inability to accurately forecast construction costs, for example, Cliffside and Edwardsport, Indiana, and considering that the plan includes constructing new nuclear capacity, technology that hasn't been built in some 30-plus years, this plan only describes the utility's intentions and lacks any credibility regarding cost. How can the North Carolina Utility Commission assure that facilities necessary to meet future growth can be financed on reasonable and fair terms from a company that appears either deceitful or incompetent with regards to estimated costs? Concern number two, According to a survey released today, still today, by Fallon and Associates, commissioned by the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, 80% of those surveyed agreed that state leaders and officials should seek more alternative energy and renewable energy sources to meet growing demand. That's 80%. 70% think the REPS, S3 in 2007, was a good idea. And 69% said the less than $1 renewable energy rider premium on their monthly bills has no effect on their opinion of the REPS, S3 2007. Despite this desire of ratepayers, this plan reflects no intention on the part of the largest electric utility in the nation to use its market power to catalyze a transition from polluting centralized power generation to more distributed, non-polluting technologies. This is in the face of North Carolina's tremendous in wind resources. Technologies proven elsewhere in the country and across the globe. This plan is a short-sighted vision for a 20-year plan. A third concern is that little comment is made in the report regarding the project's impact on water resources, and given the fact that most of the proposed energy generating capacity will be utilizing this limited resource. For a 20-year plan, this plan has no realistic consideration of the dynamic market factors at work currently and likely within the time frame of this plan. It's time to prioritize the leveraging of this great state's renewable resources and make secondary, polluting, resource-consuming classical generation. Thank you.
Next witness is Lucy Christopher, after Ms. Christopher, Sylvia Sanchez. Good evening, Ms. Christopher. Could you please provide your full name and address?
Lucy Christopher, 2451 Whiteside Cove Road, Cashers, North Carolina, 28717.
Please proceed. Please proceed, sorry.
Oh, all right. I too appreciate your coming tonight and saying to the commissioners here. And since February the 11th Raleigh hearing, I have listened carefully to all 60 of the testimonies that were given there that you heard also that night. Those arguments were fact-based, passionate, and persuasive, all in opposition to Duke Energy and Progress Energy's proposed IRPs. If this commission makes its decision based on reason and on fact, it seems self-evident to me that you would rule in favor of we the people who have come here to reject that you propose, to request that you also reject the proposed IRPs. So why did all of us come here tonight? For about 2.5 hours now, you and I have heard vivid and eloquent and excellent talks and reasons why. My concern would probably be called the proverbial elephant in the living room. And I'm going to shine my light on that living room closed up thing tonight. I doubt that the voices of the people who have walked in this door tonight are on a level playing field against the weight of Duke and Progress Energy's corporate dominion. My personal experience with intransient stonewalling of Duke and Progress Energy began last year at a Swain County Commissioners meeting. 5 affiliate members of a grassroots movement to amend were there to advocate for a resolution which proposes establishing constitutionally that corporations and other artificial entities are not people, that their financial muscle is not free speech. As the last speaker finished, one of the commissioners spoke up in a fairly hostile manner to claim that we had a bias against Duke Energy. The resolution names no names. That commissioner said nothing about the intent of the resolution itself or its specifics, but persisted, speaking from Duke's point of view. When an unaffiliated woman in the audience suddenly stood and pointed out the irony of his accusation. His efforts are to obstruct the resolution, she noted. They were a perfect example of the need for this resolution, she continued. Examples of any government level of Duke and Progress's influence over government are not hard to find. At the federal level, only 9 months before last November's election, our 11th District Congressman disclosed that he would not seek re-election, and hardly had the ink dried on the announcement newsprint when he was hired as a lobbyist for Duke Energy. Next, I'm going to give examples of Duke and Progress's lobbying prowess at the state level. But first, a reminder about our current law. North Carolina's IRP law, adopted in 2007 with overwhelming legislative support, requires electric utilities to supply 3% of their retail sales from renewables and efficiency, and by 2025 is set to increase to 12.5%. What part of this law does Duke Energy not get? My first example is that North Carolina's State Representative Mike Hager, chairman of the North Carolina House Public Utilities Commission, and who had worked for Duke 17 years, is now spearheading an effort to repeal the 2007 law I just described. Both Hager and Duke are members of that American Legislative Exchange Council that was just described. Among ELEC's corporate favored projects is the overturn of renewable energy laws through its Electrical Freedom Act. Strangely, both Duke and Progress have stated for the record that they support North Carolina's clean energy law. However, those companies gave Hager $14,500 for his latest election bid. Next, on February the 13th, the Institute for Southern Studies reported that since its session began, another nails in the coffin of free enterprise and sustainable energy action has been taken by the North Carolina legislature. Senate Bill 10 would sweep out current members of the key regulatory commissions, including the NCUC, and replace them with members appointed by the governor and or the legislature. SB 10 has already passed the Senate, and it's advancing now through the House. In another state action, our lawmakers are seeking to take the governor's powers of appointment for themselves, which in Governor McCrory's conflicted situation might not be a negative were the legislature itself not under heavy influence of both ELEC and Duke and Progress. And finally, not to be overlooked is the connection between Pat McCrory and his 28-year stint with Duke Energy. When he retired to run for governor the first time, it was 2007, and I think that was the same year that the stringent REP law was adopted. More documented conflicts of interest have occurred during McCrory's terms both as councilman and mayor of this city. Based on his long-term association with Duke, McCrory now has an unprecedented amount of stock options, and their worth cannot be underestimated. My information for this material about Governor McCrory came from a Southern Institute source, and it had an interesting title. Before I read the title, I do want to say to you folks who have to make this decision and have to make a judgment about Duke and Progress's IRP plan, you are under tremendous pressure. I understand that. And now I'm going to read you the article title. Will Governor McCrory help his friend Duke Energy capture the North Carolina Utility Commission? And I guess my question is, will he? Thank you for your
Sanchez. After Ms. Sanchez, John Autry.
This
Father, and be sworn in, and then we'll give your oath.
Silvia Sánchez.
Please solemnly swear that you will speak the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Que si juras que todo lo que vas a decir es la verdad y toda la verdad.
Sí.
Yes.
Please be seated and you get a chance to both of you.
Could you both please provide your names including spelling?
Que si puede dar su nombre y deletrearlo.
Silvia S-I-L-V-A-I.
C-I-A.
Sánchez.
S-A-N-C-H-E-Z is her last name. My name is Hector Vaca. Hector-V-A-C-A.
Could you also provide your address?
Y su dirección.
4019 Rutgers Avenue.
4019 Rutgers Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina. 28206. Mine is 724 Matheson Avenue, Charlotte, 28205.
Please proceed with your statement.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Vivo en Charlotte, Carolina del Norte por varios años
I have lived in Charlotte, North Carolina for several years,
y me preocupa mucho la contaminación y el medio ambiente.
and I'm very, oh my God, for this thing. Okay, I'm very worried about the contamination to our environment
Porque yo padezco de asma
because I have asthma,
y mi hija también.
and my daughter too,
Y es muy complicado
and it's very complicated,
querer respirar
and it's very complicated. It's very hard to breathe,
y no tener aire limpio y puro en esta ciudad.
and to not have pure, breathable air in this city.
Porque el plan de Duke Energy
Because Duke Energy's plan,
nos llevaría a un aumento a largo plazo
because Duke Energy's plan will take us to rate hikes in the long run,
por sus acciones al contaminar el medio ambiente.
because of their actions that are contaminating our environment.
Por eso me opongo al incremento
This is why I am against the rate hike,
de la energía,
the rate hike for energy,
para que no dañen más el medio ambiente
so that the environment is no longer being hurt,
ni a mi comunidad
and that of my community,
esté más segura al respirar.
so that my community will be able to breathe easier, breathe
Gracias.
better.
Gracias.
Thank you.
John Autry, and the next witness after Mr. Autry will be Emily Euchner.
I do.
Good evening, Mr. Autry.
Good evening.
Could you please provide your name and if you don't mind spelling your last name?
My name is John Autry. Last name is A-U-T-R-Y.
And your address, Mr. Autry?
4728 Amity Place, Charlotte, 28212.
Please proceed.
First, let me thank the Commission for holding this hearing in Charlotte. That was very generous of you and your time and your efforts. I know you have a very complicated schedule. I really appreciate it. I represent District 5 on the Charlotte City Council. And as a council member, I serve as the chair of the Environment Committee. Now, I could go on and on about greenhouse gases, mercury pollution, loss of wild species, release of methane from fracking, economic impact from loss of coastland. But I don't stand before you this evening as a city council representative. Actually, I'm sitting, aren't I? I'm before you this evening as a parent and a grandfather. This is the newest member. This is the newest member of the Autry family. This is Jude Alexander Levon Autry. Jude is only 4 months old. Now, I have lots of responsibility concerning this young man. Aside from the care and nurturing, I want him to grow up in a world that is capable of supporting human life. A world where he isn't limited by environmental conditions, and I want him to be able to play outside every day without the fear of contracting asthma or other respiratory ailments. I'm certain that the members of this commission have families similar to mine. I'm also certain you have as much concern for your family's well-being as I do for mine. So with that in mind, I'm asking you this evening that this commission reject the Duke IRP currently under consideration. A renewable goal of 3% does not put people of North Carolina on track for the future. It does put North Carolina on track for rate hikes that are double the current ones, hikes that will continue to support the burning of fossil fuels and construction of nuclear plants, all while ignoring clean energy opportunities. Fossil fuels are a finite resource. The Duke plan will shift from coal to more natural gas, while extracting natural gas releases more methane into the atmosphere. And methane is more detrimental to our world than carbon monoxide, exasperating the damage to our planet. So I want North Carolina to be powered by wind and solar, because wind and solar will be developed. And the longer we put off that commitment, the more expensive it will be. Duke should be investing in the future. Duke should be investing in clean energy and Jude's future. Because the world is not ours to exploit for ourselves, but it's ours to protect, to pass along to the next generation. So please, do the right thing. Reject Duke's IRP and make North Carolina a better place for all of our citizens, especially Jude Alexander Levon Autry.
After Ms. Eusner will be Deborah Ginn.
Mr. Archer, do you want to submit those as bids?
All right, this is a photo of my son, my grandson Jude, and a copy of my statement.
Thanks.
Could you please provide your full name and spell your last name for the reporter?
It's Emily Eichner, Euchner.
And your address?
I'm a student on Warren Wilson College campus. That's 701 Warren Wilson Road, Swannanoa, North Carolina.
Thank you. Please proceed with the statement.
Okay. Well, I left school today and drove 2 hours to come here to speak to you guys because there's something more important than higher education to me. We all have one common desire, and that isn't money. It's to breathe air, preferably clean air. But it's hard to breathe with a coal plant in your backyard. A little over a year ago, I sat in a room with some wonderful people, normal people, and they explained to me the effects of a coal plant, Riverbend, that was 10 miles away from the high school that I had just graduated from. The water that it pollutes, I used to swim in all the time, and so did all my friends, people I love. So I decided to revisit my high school to explain to these kids, who are the future, what this problem is. Of the 10 classrooms I visited, the majority of the people in the classroom had asthma or had a family member or friend with asthma, struggling to breathe. I'm a college student. I'm among those creating the future, and the future as we see it has fields of solar and wind power and not fields of flattened mountains. We are all here today with a vision of the future we want. We have a dream that inner city children and rural children will one day breathe equally clean air.
If Duke Energy doesn't significantly increase investments in clean energy, then that's not a good business plan. Give the people what they want. Be a leader in the clean energy movement, because this is a movement. And this is our future that we're fighting for, and I'm not going to stop. And I feel so much hope after seeing kids twice as young as I am stand up here. Thank you. That's all I have to
say. Deborah King, and after Ms. King is Jean Marston. Good evening, Ms. King. Please provide your full name and if you would like to spell your last name.
Okay, Deborah Genz, G-E-N-Z.
Your address?
350 Sunset Drive, Asheville, North Carolina, 28804.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, members of North Carolina Utilities Commission and concerned citizens. Some of us who've been studying energy and utility issues in Western North Carolina have come to realize that the Progress IRP falls far short. In North Carolina, we must promote, as the Public Utilities Act says, quote, harmony between public utilities, their users, and the environment, unquote. We do not speak tonight merely to be good, responsible citizens who speak, then go home and let business continue as usual in the morning. We are here because we understand that you commissioners have the power and authority to make the changes we North Carolinians need. To illustrate the overhaul we'd like you to implement, we will present coordinated testimony to offer a prototype of an investor-owned utility that, drawing directly from existing North Carolina law and policy, provides affordable energy to residents and businesses in North Carolina while protecting our environment and making good profits for shareholders. We call our model corporation First Fuel Electric Company, and ours is the kind of company we ask you to mandate Progress to be. Like Duke Energy, we are a monopoly charged with serving the public interest, and our fundamental mission and privilege is to serve the people of North Carolina according to the letter and spirit of state law and regulation. Our corporate mission and our company's name follow directly from those laws and regulations. We are guided by a venerable principle. First, do no harm. First Fuel Energy Company saves energy first and generates energy second. Improving energy efficiency in our homes, businesses, schools, governments, and industries is the smartest way to address the challenges of high prices, energy security, pollution, and climate change. As the Public Utilities Act mandates, our business prototype fully integrates generation resources with, quote, the entire spectrum of demand-side options, including efficiency programs as additional sources of energy supply, end quote. As required by law, First Fuel diligently delivers, quote, the least cost mix of generation and demand reduction. And we do so in a way that, quote, promotes harmony between our company, our customers, and the environment. We achieve these goals while providing adequate and reliable power, as well as competitive returns to our shareholders. In an earlier time, we might have placed about the same priority on each one of these strategic goals, but not today. Our statutory responsibility to promote harmony with the environment has risen to the top. How could it be otherwise when our industry is such a big player in changing the very planet we humans depend on? Ironically, the company that wrote the business-as-usual IRP we are challenging tonight is led by a man who has voiced our own business priorities. I would like to share some powerful remarks by Mr. Jim Rogers, speaking to a national conference in January 2008.
After stating that he is judged on the reliability and affordability of electricity and judged on the returns he delivers to shareholders, Mr. Rogers goes on to describe the deepest measure of his company's success. Quote, "The greatest judgment of what I do is coming in the future. I have 7 grandchildren. I call it the grandchildren's test. They will judge me someday," Rogers said. He continued, "When my grandchildren are my age, they will look back and say, well, my granddaddy, he had this issue, this ecological crisis. He had 3 numbers, 3, 12, and 41. As you know, Mr. Rogers often notes that Duke is 3rd biggest corporate CO2 emitter in the U.S., the 12th biggest corporate emitter in the world. And if it were a nation, Duke's emissions would rank 41st. So now, Jim Rogers imagines how his grandchildren will speak of him. What did he do? What action did he take? Did he walk the talk? Did he actually deliver? Are his decisions as good today as he thought they were then? To me, that is the task that all of us in this room will have as we go forward, because this issue affects future generations and our way of life." End quote. Ladies and gentlemen, we submit that the Progress IRP utterly fails the grandchildren's test. It does not deliver the cleanest or even the cheapest power possible. So we ask you, commissioners, to step up and take North Carolina into the 21st century with the kind of bold new approach we'll be describing. First Fuel's business model executes an efficiency-first resource plan that actually meets the challenge Mr. Rogers is famous for articulating. And our next speaker will tell you how First Fuel achieves maximum productivity from every watt of electricity we make and how we earn solid shareholder returns too. Thank you.
Jean Larson. And after Ms. Larson will be Kathy Holt. Good evening, Ms. Larson. Could you please provide your name and address for the clerk of court?
My name is Jean, Jean Larson, Larson. I live at 349 Clark Branch Road in Leicester, Leicester, North Carolina.
You give us the microphone a little closer.
Is that better?
Actually, down just a little bit more. There you go. Please proceed.
Thank you. Well, thank you, members of the commission, for coming to Charlotte and hearing us in the western part of the state. We really do appreciate that. I am enacting 2 roles in our prototype company, First Fuel, operations executive and finance executive. You just heard Jim Rogers' words expressing a profound challenge that demands fresh thinking. At First Fuel, the big idea that drives our company is a simple, well-documented fact. The cheapest way to provide energy services is to reduce the amount of energy needed. Efficiency is more than smart practice. It's the cheapest source of energy services, far cheaper than gas or coal or uranium. In fact, because it is so cheap and because it's clean, it is our company's fuel of choice, our First Fuel. The enormous amount of power being wasted in our state is our company's greatest opportunity. Why? Because the investment required to avoid wasting a kilowatt is far less than the cost of generating one. Instead of spinning huge turbines to send power to leaky buildings and outdated machinery, we stop the waste at 1/3 to 1/2 the cost of generation. This is not controversial. The financial benefits of efficiency investments have been documented across the nation, including 2 authoritative studies of North Carolina, one of which this commission paid for. Now, I would like to explain First Fuel's financial situation. It's a bit different. Our profits depend on selling less and less of our product. So how does that work? Well, as a regulated public utility, you commissioners make the rules that we and shareholders live by. We could not deliver energy services without your far-sighted actions in the public interest. Your policies will make it possible for us to prosper by becoming an efficiency company first and a power generator second. Now we have every incentive to invest in power plants because that's what the commissioner's rules reward us for. You have the power to change that, and companies will adapt. Duke already knows how to adapt. As we'll discuss later in detail, Duke Energy now operates successfully in Indiana and Ohio, where it is required to sell less and less electricity every year. Your new rules would flow directly from certain key elements of the Public Utilities Act. We must deliver least cost power in harmony with the environment. We must consider efficiency as a power source just as much a source as a new power plant. And again, drawing on language in the Act, you can craft powerful financial incentives to let this efficiency-centered business model work for shareholders too. Under the new rules of the game, the more energy we save, the more we earn. Of course, the lion's share of those savings would go to the ratepayers. Everyone wins. It will take time and effort for the Commission to draw up comprehensive new rules for North Carolina's electric industry. In Massachusetts and Vermont, it also took time for policy makers to steer power companies toward efficiency and away from building power plants. I live in a rural part of North Carolina, and I have a mule. To train a mule, you have to take the time it takes so that it doesn't take so long. I urge this Commission to reconsider the Progress IRP and take the time it takes now to reinvent the company's business model so that it doesn't take so long for all of us to be winners. Progress shareholders can prosper. All of us get rewarded with clean, cheap energy and clean air. Our next presenter will discuss the Technology and External Affairs divisions. Thank you.
Kathy Holt, and after Ms. Holt, Richard Gibbons.
Mr. Rogers, how many more witnesses?
We're on our 38th witness. We have somewhere approximately 92 signed out.
I'll ask the witnesses if you can keep your remarks as briefly as possible so that we can get as many of the witnesses who can remain as possible.
I choose to affirm. Good evening. I speak for the Technology and External Affairs divisions of our prototype First Fuel Electric Company. The Technology division helps customers find energy-efficient investments with rapid payback periods. These are the low-hanging fruit. As an example of what we look for, consider the comprehensive renovation of the Empire State Building in 2009. It included $13.2 million in state-of-the-art energy-saving improvements like super windows and radiant barriers. These have cut the energy use of this building by 38%. That's adding $4.4 million to the owner's bottom line every year. We've also learned from our peer utility companies in California. The California Utilities Commission recently allocated $3.1 billion in ratepayer funds to those utilities, directing them to invest it as they see fit to cut electricity sales while maintaining services. Those investments are on track to achieve returns of over 100%. That would be $6.2 billion of benefits, the great majority of which, flows to the ratepayers for a $3.1 billion investment. Indoor lighting improvements accounted for 58% of the savings. Here in North Carolina, First Fuel is finding these opportunities everywhere. Thanks to the rules and incentives this commission has created, our company actively seeks them out. In its own plan, Progress states that, quote, high energy efficiency targets are viewed as extremely aggressive and required customer participation is uncertain, end quote. But at First Fuel, we follow commission mandates to sell our customers on wise efficiency investments. And it's easy because the returns are huge. As the owner of the Empire State Building said about his green renovation, I am a capitalist. I wanted to make money. This is not charity. We speak that language. Opportunities to dramatically cut electricity sales here in North Carolina have been well documented. The cost-effective efficiency measures identified in North Carolina by GDS Associates for this commission could achieve savings over 50 times greater than Progress projects over a comparable time period. Let's take a look at cogeneration, or combined heat and power. According to the EPA, quote, most power plants lose 2/3 of the energy as waste heat. Cogeneration provides both heat and electric power to institutions and large commercial buildings, thus eliminating the heat wasted in centralized power plants. EPA estimates the cost at about 5 cents per kilowatt hour. First Fuel is investing in a smart grid that will let us integrate variable power sources such as solar and wind energy. North Carolina has enough offshore wind power to meet most of the state's electricity needs. The governor's scientific advisory panel reported that our abundant wind resources mean, quote, North Carolina has an opportunity to play a leadership role in fundamentally changing the energy policy of our nation, end quote. First Fuel's External Affairs Division creates numerous active partnerships with industry and government. Through our energy efficiency design services, we attract new businesses and lots of jobs to North Carolina. We find that company data centers alone provide rich opportunities for cost-effective savings. Secondly, our industry relations team partners with North Carolina's home performance industry, which is booming thanks to the efficiency incentives this commission has created. Third, our government and community affairs team advocates for public policies like efficiency standards in building codes and appliance standards. We're designing efficiency retrofits for government buildings to help state and local governments cut electricity bills. First Fuel Electric really is a different kind of utility. We aren't trying to increase our sales. We make it our business to get out and show our customers how to do more while using less energy. Under this commission's rules, that's how our prototype company makes money. Our next speaker will conclude First Fuel's presentation. Thank you.
Richard Gibbs, Jim Barton, Commissioner Beatty, the last four witnesses have provided us a written copy of their testimony, but not enough copies for the commissioners or clerk. I've asked that those all be identified by the public witness's last name and marked as exhibit number 1, and those will be provided to the court reporter.
Did each one of them include a separate?
They have each provided a separate written statement, so there will be a total of 4 documents, one under each of the public witness's last name.
If you'll mark each exhibit based on which witness presented those, and we'll mark those as the witnesses and their name in exhibit 1.
Thank you.
I'd like to affirm.
I do. Good evening.
Mr. Gens, could you please provide your name and address for the record?
My name is Richard Gens. That's Genz. My address is 350 Sunset Drive, Asheville.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here in Charlotte. I too appreciate that you have taken the trouble to schedule this extra hearing. And I would like to summarize and conclude our presentation of a prototype investor-owned utility that thrives by using efficiency as its first fuel. And we really believe that a company like our prototype First Fuel Electric could rise to the challenge that was articulated by Duke CEO Jim Rogers, the grandchildren's test. We believe that with your guidance, Progress Energy could become a company that meets that test and could meet it very profitably. We think it can do that because with its deep understanding of customer needs and energy technology, Progress could tap into the huge sum of money that we're wasting on power that we don't need. Some of that wasted money could be captured to fuel a booming building performance industry. Some of it could be captured to attract new businesses to North Carolina that are seeking big cost savings. And most of the money that we now waste could be captured for the benefit of us consumers who would pay lower bills for energy services equal to or better than the ones we now enjoy. With wise oversight and direction from this commission, a company operating on the principles of First Fuel Electric could deliver a triple bottom line. It could achieve lower bills for all ratepayers, including residential, commercial, and industrial. It could produce lower carbon emissions and solid profits for its shareholders. We can do all of this. Evidence is readily available from the experience of other states. And as you probably know, and as was mentioned earlier, Duke Energy has already adapted to a radically different, efficiency-centered business model in other states. And I'd like to invite you to consider this exhibit, which projects, can everyone see? Oh, and I have one for you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. So, this exhibit projects future sales of electricity in North Carolina and Ohio and Indiana. The data from the Progress IRP that we're talking about tonight is what drives the tall red bar. That bar is taken directly from the Integrated Resource Plan, which projects that Progress Energy will sell 18% more electricity 15 years from now at the fruition of its plan. That's where we will be. In sharp contrast, the first green bar shows that utility companies selling power in Ohio, including Duke, will cut their sales by more than 10% compared to what they sold 15 years before. The second green bar shows that companies selling power in Indiana, including Duke Energy Indiana, will cut their sales by more than 13% compared to what they were selling 15 years before. So members of the Commission, the large absolute reductions in power sales that will happen in Indiana and Ohio are not projections or aspirations. They are required by state law and regulation. So let's think about it. Duke Energy is not known to be considering leaving these markets. Why not? If sales are required to decline so dramatically. Well, the answer is that utility commissioners, in Indiana's case, and the legislature, in Ohio's case, have created rules and incentives that allow Duke to prosper while cutting electricity sales and reducing electricity bills for its customers. So as an earlier speaker asked, I too would like to ask, why does it seem that we in North Carolina, in Duke's home city, are on the short end of a Duke double standard? And I would add that with the great size of America's largest utility company comes great responsibility. We request the Commission to see that the Progress Integrated Resource Plan is revised to eliminate electricity sales growth, and to focus intently and creatively on capturing the economic benefits of energy efficiency. By embracing efficiency as its own first fuel, the nation's largest electric utility will perform as envisioned in the NC Utilities Act of 1962. Then, and only then, it will truly become a company, quote, affected with the public interest. Thank you.
Maybe people here who are not feel they can say who everyone is testified if you're toward the end of the list. If you have written statements and you would like to leave them with Mr. Dodge, attorney for the public staff, we can file those in the docket. If you don't have a written statement with you but have one at home and you'd like to have it filed in the docket, Mr. Dodge has some flyers that has, I'll let Mr. Dodge explain what he has.
Yeah, the commission provides an email for consumer statements of position to be filed in the dockets. It's statements@ncuc.net. I do have a flyer here with some information that will allow you to access the documents within this proceeding on the commission's website. Just gives the website and the docket and sub-docket number, and then also the email for submitting those written comments, and also a mailing address if you prefer to use first-class mail.
And I will now ask the witnesses if you would try to keep your remarks, your testimony within 3 minutes if you can. It's close to 3 minutes if you can.
Jim Barton is our first witness, and after Mr. Barton is Maureen Lindeman.
I do.
Good evening, Mr. Barton. Can you please provide your name and address?
My name is Jim Barton. I live at 136 Louisiana Avenue in Asheville, North Carolina.
Please proceed with your statement.
I'd like to thank you for opening up another hearing on this. I think the fact that 90 people have signed up shows that there's interest. It would be wonderful if you had a hearing just on the IRP in Asheville, because while you will be in Asheville next week to talk about the rate increase, that's a different issue from what our long-term energy future would be. So I invite you to consider that. There was a poll released this morning on the feelings of North Carolinians. About 800 people were surveyed what energy sources they support. The most popular source was solar energy, with 88% of those surveyed supporting it. After that was land-based wind energy with 81%, then offshore wind energy with 76%, then energy efficiency, which I have a feeling most of the public doesn't fully realize the power of, was still popular at 88%, biomass at 80%, natural gas at 82%. So the people of North Carolina don't want to go in the directions that are laid out in the 15-year IRP plan. I had the good experience of being in Germany in 1986 and watching what the energy shift looked like there when it was just in its infancy. And what it looked like at that point was hopeless and visionary. There was only a small party that supported such a shift, and even within that party it was controversial. And what gave the energy shift in Germany some power was the fact that in the year 2000, they set a goal of within 20 years shutting down all nuclear power plants in Germany. And that clear, concise goal, just like John F. Kennedy's goal of putting a person on the moon by the end of the decade, focused energy. And so that is one of the reasons why the energy shift there is so successful, because people have made a commitment for there to be no nuclear power. And of course, there's a lot of sentiment there's a lot of support for solar and wind in Germany as well. And I also wanted to mention that energy policy can transform countries and provinces. There was a problem in Quebec, Canada, the French-speaking province, that there was a lot of discrimination against French speakers. And when the province of Quebec nationalized the electricity company in the 60s, they created a merit-based promotion system where French Canadians could be hired on the basis of merit than whether or not their parents spoke English. And that played a significant role in allowing the French Canadians in French Canada to be present on an equal basis. So having a visionary 15-year IRP that moves us to no coal, no fracking, and no nuclear power, with 15 years to plan for this shift, could really improve North Carolina. It would create jobs. It would motivate young people who increasingly are looking at the future with despair. And it could inspire other states in the United States, just as Germany and Denmark today inspire the rest of the world to look at a green future. Thank you.
Maureen Linneman, and after Ms. Linneman, Sheridan Boyle. Good evening, Ms. Linneman.
Good evening.
Could you please provide your full name and, if you don't mind spelling your last name?
Maureen Linneman, Linneman,
Your address?
131 Arlington Street, Asheville, North Carolina, 28801.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. Thank you again for coming here and listening. I come today as a Progress Energy customer, a mother of 3 adult children who are also Duke or Progress Energy consumers. And I also come to you as a grandmother of 4 children whose future will be directly affected by the equitable and moral regulation of your commission. These children are taught in school to conserve energy and to be mindful of the resources that they use. They also study science and they know about ice caps melting. I've never seen an ice cap, but I have seen the devastation forced upon communities in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia by mountaintop removal coal mining. Over decades, I have visited communities and seen orange drinking water due to the contaminants of valley fill from bulldozed mountains and into water sources that once ran clean. This is dirty energy, and we know better than to continue passing on the toxic consequences of coal or adding more carbon-producing fossil fuels to fulfill our energy needs. There are clean, renewable resources that can be developed to enhance our legacy to our children. I want to stand for the protection of the water and of the air that your grandchildren and mine will be breathing and drinking after you and I are no longer on this earth. I want our children to know that we acted to protect their future by providing clean energy and new jobs with the renewable energy sector. I found it hard to believe that in their proposed integrated resource plan, that Duke Power and Progress Energy projected no new generation from renewable energy. What age are they living in? What mandates are they ignoring? To provide for our children's future, you commissioners are charged to follow the directives of the North Carolina General Statutes that clearly state utility companies must include conservation and efficiency. The statutes also charge you to make sure that energy companies avoid wasteful, uneconomic, and ineffective use of energy. Does this not imply the development of creative technologies like wind and solar that don't waste the mountaintops or the lungs of our children? I ask that you,
as our utility commissioners, implement the mandate that you have been given to provide affordable and least cost production of energy now. By directing Duke Power and Progress Energy to include renewable energy, conservation, and efficiency into their IRP, and to require these utilities to offer just and reasonable rates to the citizens of North Carolina, not just to their stockholders or their compensation packages. I call upon you, commissioners, to have vision and courage to oversee and move Duke and Progress to transform their business models and follow other states like Ohio, which we've just seen, who plans to use less power over the next 15 years. You are also charged to encourage and promote harmony between the public utilities, their users, and the environment. So I ask you to review your legal and moral responsibility to the people, to our land, and to our children's future by demanding that Duke and Progress go back to the drawing board and become innovative leaders in efficiency, conservation, and clean renewable energy. In this way, commissioners, you and these companies can fulfill your responsibilities and be creators of harmony between the people, the environment, and our children's future. Now is the time for you to act in the present for the future. Thank you.
The next witness is Sheridan Boyle. Following that will be Maura Trejo. Good evening, Ms. Boyle.
Good evening.
Could you please provide your full name and address?
Yes, my name is Sheridan Boyle, Sheridan, and my address is 701 Warren Wilson Road, Swannanoa, North Carolina.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. I come to you tonight as a native Floridian. I grew up swimming in Crystal River. In 2011, I lost my heart to the Appalachian Mountains, and I go to school in Asheville, North Carolina. My school is powered by Duke Energy. And this is what frustrates me the most, is that my 19 years have only known Progressive and Duke Energy. Obligation, noun, something by which a person is bound or obliged to do certain things, and which arises out of a sense of duty. As conscious individuals and members of communities, small and large, we have obligations. We have obligations not unto one another, but also unto the living ecosystems we live within, to the non-human animals that suffer the consequences of human decisions, to our future generations. We are obliged to allow them an equal, if not better, chance of life on this planet. Obligation, noun, something by which a company is bound or obliged to do certain things, and which arises out of a sense of duty. Duke Energy has an obligation to us all, to the land we walk on, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the other animals we share this existence with, the children we might bear. Duke Energy is obliged to allow life to continue in its many forms. However, as of current practices and prospective policies, the company fails to acknowledge such obligations. Furthermore, with its overwhelming interest in production of devastating energy sources, Duke Energy prevents each one of us from meeting our own said obligations. Today, we attempt to reclaim our covenant with life. We attempt to halt the progression of greed-laden pursuits that violate a basic right, the right to exist as individuals and as a species. Today, I demand 4 things. 1, no rate hikes for dirty energy. 2, Before new power plants are built, existing ones must have maximized energy efficiency. 3, by 2032, Duke Energy will obtain 30% of all energy production from renewable sources. 4, by the year 2025, Duke Energy will close all coal-fired power plants. Today, I hope for both change and continuity. Thank you.
Maura Trejo, and after Maura will be Diana Hernandez.
Diana has left.
Claudia Juarez.
She has also left.
Julie Morgan. After Ms. Morgan will be Deborah Alexander.
Yes, I do.
Good evening, Ms. Morgan. Could you please provide your name and address for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. My name is Julie Morgan, and my address is 8514 Cozumel Street, lots 57, 28227.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. Hi, I'm a former employee of Duke Energy, and I was treated well while working there until I was asked to take a voluntary layoff due to outsourcing our billing department, costing many employees their jobs. I remember being shocked at my first stockholders meeting, where it was discussed that 4 nuclear plants were built in California, but only 1 out of the 4 was in use. So that was such a waste of money, of millions of dollars, that could have been better served to provide clean energy that would be more efficient and cost-effective for their customers. If Duke Energy had made wiser investments, then maybe we would not be here tonight discussing how so many of us have been affected with poor health due to dirty energy. I am a disabled citizen who is on a fixed income. I can barely afford my power bill as it is. So if you move forward with your 20-year IRP plan without reconsidering making the right choice for all of us, I am dependent on using a BiPAP to keep me breathing. I stop breathing 40 times in an hour. And if Duke Energy does not accept responsibility to change their policies of providing clean power, clean air, then I may not be here in 20 years. I recently worked with the Utility Commission, and I'm very grateful to them. I don't know if Corey Foster is here tonight, but I've only spoke with him over the phone. But we had an issue at the community I live in, where our landlord resells the water and sewer, and we had an issue with the high water bills that did not seem appropriate. Thanks to the Utility Commission enforcing the laws in North Carolina concerning our issue, we were awarded over $18,000 in refunds as overcharged water bills. I wish I'd see that with Duke Energy. So I hope the Commission will also enforce Duke Energy to amend their 20-year IRP plan to better benefit the customers and be an example for others to follow in bettering our environment and our health. I thank the Commission for their time in hearing our testimonies tonight, and I plead with you to do the right thing and take fair action in providing us with the justice we deserve. Because if you approve their IRP plan as it stands, you too will be held accountable for the detrimental impact this plan will have on our communities in North Carolina. Please allow us the right to breathe clean air. Thank you.
Deborah Alexander. After Ms. Alexander is Charles Jansen.
Is Ms. Alexander here? Who's next witness?
Is Charles Jansen.
Here. Who's that, Mr. Johnson?
And after Mr. Jansen is Walker Sproul.
My name is Charles Jansen, Jansen. I live at 98 Dorchester Avenue in Asheville, North Carolina, 28806. I speak as a citizen of North Carolina and a captive customer of Progress Energy. I live in Asheville and hope that when the next IRP hearings are scheduled, you will come to Western North Carolina and hear our views. I'm here in Charlotte to ask you to consider my comments as you review Progress Energy's IRP and to apply whatever powers of influence you possess to reshape the vision of our state's energy future. As you know, the North Carolina Public Utilities Act sets forth a standard which Commission must apply as it reviews plans of utility companies, specifically that they must achieve, and I quote, the least cost mix of generation and demand reduction measures which is achievable, including consideration of appropriate rewards to utilities for efficiency and conservation, which decrease utility bills. When I look at the Progress Energy's IRP with its scant conservation measures, I must ask how their plan could possibly be construed to meet the demand reduction side of this standard. And when I reflect about how Progress Energy's IRP is able to ignore the true cost of fossil and nuclear fuels, by sloughing off the costs of health impacts and environmental degradation onto taxpayers and future generations, I must ask why their plan would ever be construed as meeting the least cost generation side of the standard. Far from any decrease in utility bills, Progress Energy's plan is to build more generation plants so that 15 years from now, Progress Energy will sell 18% more power, overwhelmingly from fossil and nuclear fuels. But the respected American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy has demonstrated that instead of using more power every year, a serious efficiency campaign would result in North Carolina using about 5% less electricity in 2025 than we do today, even while powering a population of 3 million more people and a much bigger economy. The Council's report says we can eliminate the need for at least 24% of the power we're now on track to generate and pay for in 2025. The reference to that is in my remarks. Progress Energy's plan is a business model of building unneeded and expensive power plants and repeatedly raising electricity rates. Progress Energy's plans must be changed. Finally, when I look at Progress Energy's IRP pie charts of energy by fuel type and see that the company intends to make no investment in renewable energy resources 15 years from now, I am frankly incredulous. Wind energy is both abundant and cost effective, resulting in stable energy prices and no emissions. Wind provides well-paying jobs that cannot be outsourced. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory estimates 20 jobs per megawatt. And Governor McCrory endorses this development. When the federal officials at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management solicited public comments regarding the possibility of offshore wind turbines along the Atlantic coast, Governor McCrory wrote, quote, "This is an important step to develop North Carolina's world-class energy resources. Development of commercial wind farms off North Carolina's coast could stimulate factory development in the state to provide the necessary equipment and bring jobs in that sector," end quote. How can it be that Progress Energy's IRP misses this important step? I respectfully request in conclusion that you use your influence to turn Progress Energy's planning process towards 21st century goals. goals that more effectively meet the Commission's standards, goals that decrease utility bills through diversification and conservation, goals that take better care of the health and the safety of all North Carolinians. I thank you for having another hearing where I could come. Thank you for your time and attention. And thank you, Commissioner. I will. Yes.
Mr. Dodge, Marcus Jensen, exhibit number 1.
Next witness is Walker Spruill. After Walker will be Alicia Roskind. I apologize, actually, Ms. Roskind is June Blotnick after Ms. Roskind.
Always.
Good evening, Ms. Spruill.
Hello.
Could you please state your full name and address?
Yes, Mary Walker Spruill, Spruill, 1019 Eaglewood Avenue, 28212.
Please proceed. That's here in Charlotte.
Oh yeah, sorry, Charlotte.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. Hi. As the very wise Kermit the Frog said, it's not easy being green. And he's right. It's not easy, but it is necessary. Nor is it easy to make change, but change is going to happen. The only constant is change. We can invest now, helping develop the cleaner, greener technology, or we can wait and get the equipment and technology from elsewhere at premium market purchase price when we are in the inevitable crisis that dirty power creates. Your job is to regulate the energy production for the people of North Carolina. I am a resident of North Carolina. I have done my job in coming here tonight to share my opinion of this IRP. Now, I joined the other 91 people that signed up to speak, and thankfully did not all stay, in asking you, please do your job. Thank you very much.
June Blotnick, and then Ryan Hallis will be the next witness. Good evening, Ms. Blotnick.
Good evening.
Could you please provide your full name and address?
Yes, June Blotnick. It's Blotnick, 1930 Mecklenburg Avenue, Charlotte, 28205.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening. I'm June Blotnick. I'm the director of Clean Air Carolina, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the 142,651 children with asthma in North Carolina, the 1,564,052 people with cardiovascular disease, the 209,261 people with chronic bronchitis, and the 88,295 North Carolinians suffering from emphysema. These are the people in our state with chronic diseases which make them the most vulnerable to the health impacts of air pollution. As a major source of air pollution in our state, Duke Energy's choices on how they generate electricity over the next 20 years disproportionately affects these residents. And the choices you make on how to regulate the largest utility in the country indirectly impacts their health as well. But while North Carolinians overwhelmingly support the use of clean renewable sources such as solar and wind and energy efficiency to meet our need for electricity, we don't have a choice on how that power is produced or even the company that produces it. What we do have is this public hearing to express our dissatisfaction and frustration with Duke's plans for business as usual over the next 20 years, a heavy reliance on climate-changing, air-polluting fossil fuels, an unbelievably offensive small amount of renewable energy in a state that ranks near the top for solar and offshore wind potential, and a minuscule investment in energy efficiency in a state that ranks 22nd nationwide. We are living in a new world with carbon dioxide emissions from coal and natural gas plants warming our planet at a much greater rate than was previously thought. Last month, the National Climate Assessment Development Advisory Committee released a draft of its third climate assessment. The key findings for the Southeast are: sea level rise poses widespread and continuing threats to both natural and built environments as well as the regional economy. Number 2, rising temperatures and the associated increase in frequency, intensity, and duration of extreme heat events will affect public health, natural and built environments, energy, agriculture, and forestry. 3, decreased water availability exacerbated by population growth and the land use change will continue to increase competition for water and impact the region's economy and unique ecosystems. According to that same report, the North Carolina Department of Transportation is raising the roadbed of U.S. Highway 64 by 4 feet, which includes 18 inches to allow for higher future sea levels. The report goes on to say that sea level rise increases pressure on utilities, water, and energy by contaminating potential freshwater supplies with salt water, and such problems are amplified during extreme dry events with little runoff. Some utilities in the region are already taking sea level rise into account in the construction of new facilities and are seeking to diversify their water sources. As you know, most of the water used in our state is used to produce electricity, just as the external costs of having a portfolio heavily reliant on fossil fuels and nuclear include air pollution and the use of huge amounts of water. Choosing a portfolio which prioritizes clean renewable energy reduces air pollution and is much less a burden on our increasingly limited water supplies in the state. If you look on DENR's website, they have, based on the U.S. Global Change Research Program report, there are a number of significant threats projected in North Carolina. Heat waves will likely become more frequent, longer lasting, and more intense. It's also very likely that North Carolina will experience more droughts. The North Carolina Division of Public Health, the North Carolina Division of Water Quality, the North Carolina Division of Air Quality, and the North Carolina Department of Transportation are all addressing climate change adaptation strategies. As the commission which is in charge of regulating the company that's the largest source of global warming pollution in our state, it's time that you join with other state agencies and do your part to ensure Duke Energy's portfolio maximizes low carbon fuel sources and energy efficiency. We hosted Jeremy Hess, who's an emergency physician from the CDC, in December, and he did a webinar for our doctors and nurses all around the state and elsewhere on the health impacts of climate change. They include increase in storm-related injuries, rates of acute asthma, and coronary attacks during high ozone periods, exacerbation of chronic diseases, increase in mental health and stress-related disorders, increase in vector-borne diseases such as Lyme disease, rabies, malaria, and others. The Charlotte region continues to struggle with high ozone pollution levels during the hot summer months. Climate change is expected to make that worse. For the 53,000 children in the Charlotte region suffering from asthma, this means more asthma attacks, more sleepless nights, more hospital visits, more missed school days, and more missed outdoor play dates. It's time for Duke Energy to be held accountable for a business model which affects those children and all the other North Carolinians with chronic diseases. It's not fair asking them or any of us to continue to pay for climate changing, air polluting, water dependent energy that impacts our health and that of the future North Carolinians. Thank you.
Ms. Block, just one follow-up question. You indicated that you're here representing Clean Air North Carolina?
Clean Air Carolina.
Clean Air Carolina. And you're speaking in a representative capacity in an official position.
Yes,
what is
sir.
your title with that organization?
Executive Director.
Executive Director. Thank you. Brian Hollis, and then our next witness after Mr. Hollis will be Kate Green. Please, Mr. Hollis, can you please provide your full name and address?
Yes, my full name is Robert, and my last name is Hallas, H-A-L-A-S, and I live at 850 Hungerford Place, Hungerford, Charlotte 28207.
Please proceed with your statement.
Sure. So I wrote a 3-minute statement because I was anticipating coming at the end. So I'm going to try to stick to that. But I want to say that it's incredibly clear what all these people are interested in. There's no question at all at this point. I think it's interesting that some of the side conversations that I've heard of, particularly of Duke employees. But anyway, I hope everybody's listening here, and I believe that probably everyone on your end is thinking, what do we do? Like, all these people want this. Y'all have whatever power you do. It faces definite limitations. And I have to assume that you've thought at some point, what can we do? And I mean, I think that the only answer to that is that I can come up with is everything you can. Everything you can. Whatever that is. However small, however large. Everything you can. All this information, my name's Ryan Hallis. I work for Rainforest Action Network. I'm the Charlotte area campaigner. I've been working on these issues for many years. And I have no PhD, but I know a ton about the issues that have been spoken to tonight. Basically everything that's been said is totally factual from my perspective. These issues are enormous, like nothing humanity's ever faced before. Your part to play in that is large, is really large. This is the largest utility in the world with the Progress merger. It's really, really big. So that responsibility lands on you, and God, do I hope you make the best decision you possibly can. I know all about bureaucracy. I work in it every day, but do please, 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 please do everything you can. I appreciate you coming here. I wish that Asheville, Western North Carolina, had been given the same opportunity that Charlotte received. I really wish that Asheville had been given the same opportunity. But that's basically it. Yeah.
Questions from the audience? Question. Thank you very much for coming.
Kate Green. After Ms. Green is Carrie Therian. Good evening, Ms. Green.
Good evening.
Could you please provide your name and address?
Yes. It's Kathleen Green, 3410 Summerfield Ridge Lane, Matthews, NC, 28105.
Thank you. Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, and thank you so much for being here. My name is Kate Green, and I'm a member of Myers Park Baptist Church environmental ministry called Earth Keepers. Earth Keepers has been meeting for 12 years every week, working with our 2,200 members on how to become good stewards of God's creation. Our church was the first house of worship in Charlotte to install solar panels. To date, we have saved over 12,000 pounds of CO2 from being released in the atmosphere. I'm also part of a national interfaith movement called Green Faith. We are a fellowship of clergy and lay people, ministers, rabbis, nuns, priests, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, all the great religious traditions coming together to do what Thomas Berry called the great work of our time, awakening our communities to the environmental crisis that we are now facing. What better place to do it than our houses of worship? All the great religious traditions of our time speak to being good stewards of creation. The Bible, Torah, Quran, the Vedic texts, teachings of the Buddha, all have sacred texts that speak to caring for creation. But it is in my own faith tradition, Christianity, that you will find justification to exploit the natural world. In Genesis, the word dominion has been used to perpetrate the willful destruction of nature. But it is a misuse of that word. The Hebraic translation of dominion was to order, rule, and care for. In other words, to be good stewards. This public hearing is an opportunity for me, as a person of faith, to speak to Duke Energy's 20-year plan. My opportunity to be a good steward. Duke's plan lacks vision and does not deal with the enormity of the environmental crisis that we are facing. It is stuck in doing what they know how to do and not on what needs to be done. Where is the bold vision to think outside the box? Where is Duke investing in the future for our children and grandchildren? Why would you continue to pour financial resources into coal fire and nuclear plants when you know it's a dead-end street, one that will further add to the environmental crisis we are in? Why would you not invest in energy efficiencies, in solar and wind power, when, as I understand it, North Carolina could lead the nation in production of wind power? It is disgraceful that Duke's plan has as its goal 3% for renewable energy. At a time when 97% of the world's scientists say we are in trouble. This is what the largest energy company in the U.S. has to propose? We have a beautiful benediction at my church that says in part, "May God give you the grace never to sell yourself short, grace to risk something big for something good." Please review this plan carefully. Please have the moral courage to say this is not acceptable, to risk something big for something good. What you hear tonight are the voices of the people coming before you, asking you to do the right thing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you.
After Ms. Kirian, Robert Fitzpatrick.
Ms. Green has asked that her statement be admitted to evidence to be admitted as Green Exhibit Number 1. Please look to the Bible, raise your right hand. Sign swear to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good evening. Could you please provide your full name and, if you don't mind, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Terry Thirion and Fitzpatrick, and it's spelled Thiron, and Fitzpatrick, Fitzpatrick. And I'm sorry, it's 2808 Park Road, 28209, Charlotte.
Please proceed with your statement.
Yes, my name is Terry Thirion, and I'm an artist. Some of my work deals with environmental issues. At this particular time, I'm focused on the demise of frogs and amphibians. 3,000 species are in danger in our lifetime of disappearing. And they are the canary in the mine shaft. We have to be aware of that, and that's what I'm doing now, is to make people aware of what is happening with the frogs. Germany is eliminating its nuclear power industry by 2022. In just 12 years, Germany has already more than tripled its renewable energy use from 6% of its electricity to more than 20%. This is a country that has very little sunlight. I should know, since I lived in a country right next door. during my youth. Belgium had only 36 days of sunshine per year on an average. And yet Germany has more than doubled the number of jobs in renewable energy to 370,000 just since 2004. So why is Duke Energy going to only have 3% of all its energy go to sustainability in the next 20 years? Duke Energy Plan is asking us to foot the bill of building more coal-firing plants and nuclear plants and increase our energy bills substantially each year for the next 20 years. Huge. I have a vacation home in western North Carolina near Asheville, and I see how poverty there is on the rise, and raising the rates would exacerbate this poverty. Believe me, I've seen pretty bad things there. According to the Observer, raising the rates will in no way change the values or the direction that Duke Energy is taking in regards to sustainability. Compared to what Germany has already accomplished, we are in the dark ages. I will request that the Commission requires that Duke redesign and refocus their plans and demand efficiency and conservation. I want to thank you, the Energy Commission, for being here and for doing the meeting in Charlotte as well as in Raleigh. And I know that it's going to take some courage on your part, but I ask that you demand that Duke Energy refocus on long-term solutions. Thank you.
Robert Fitzpatrick, and after Mr. Fitzpatrick, Robin Tanner.
Mr. Dodge, you haven't asked about how many more witnesses you have.
We are approaching 60 that we have heard from at this point, and I've crossed about 5 off the list, so we may have about 25 more.
I'm going to ask again for the witnesses to be
Very
as brief
short.
as possible. Like a swear, Sally, please raise your right hand. Sally, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you. My name is pardon me?
Please provide your name and address.
Yes, Robert Fitzpatrick, 2808 Park Road, Charlotte, NC 28209.
Thank you. Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. So I would like to thank the Commission also for coming. I also want to thank the organization here in Charlotte, Greenpeace, for the great work they've done in bringing this about, helping to bring this about. During the break, some of us were discussing the hearing, and we pondered a question of what if the Commission here, after hearing all of this, doesn't do anything and lets this program progress. And we all just sort of stood there in silence thinking about that, realizing it could be a possibility. And we realized that perhaps one factor that might affect that is how the Commission views Duke Energy. And I wanted to just offer a few comments about Duke Energy, a few frank comments about it. As a native Charlottean, I was born here, I'm old enough to recall a different Duke. It was called Duke Power at that time, not Duke Energy. And this was a local company whose fortunes were largely tied to the local people here. It was a conservative company, it was a monopoly, and its profit was modest and it was sensibly limited by the law. But somehow over time, Duke changed as a company. And that difference makes public oversight and civic involvement, like this hearing, so much more important. I add here that I understand that this hearing is being held actually over Duke Energy's Objections?
Shame.
So,
Please don't interrupt.
Duke changed from a local to a kind of global company, and from an energy company, it changed to a finance company as a core business. Its interest and the local people's interest are no longer aligned. It's not about bringing low-cost power to the public as it used to. Today, it's about using energy to bring low-risk profit to shareholders. And the shareholders have become increasingly abstract entities, corporate entities, not really people. So I wanted to just ask, as many others here, but maybe from a little different angle, that the Commission prevent Duke Energy from self-destructing, which it appears to be doing. It's on a short-term course of maximizing profit and CEO bonuses at the expense of the ratepayers, at the expense of the land, air, and water here. And we ask you to represent the interests of the ratepayers and those who must live with the consequences of this plan. We can prevent this from happening. There's so much at stake, and we ask the Commission to steer Duke Energy back to its roots, back to low-cost energy, which today is renewable energy, to protect the land and the air and the water that Duke does not own, but shares with the rest of us. And I wanted to refer also to several comments that some of the younger people made about Jim Rogers, who paradoxically has presented himself as an environmentalist. And I wanted to refer you, if you didn't see it, to his appearance on the Stephen Colbert Show. And on that show, Colbert asked him, how could you be an environmentalist and be selling electricity and building nuclear power plants? And he assured Colbert that there was no contradiction in that and that he was indeed an environmentalist. And Colbert, playing his part, as you may know, as a blowhard, rich, self-serving character, a profligate spender, said, well, I don't care about any of that. He says, we use all the electricity we want in our house. He said, you can see our house from space. And Jim Rogers, sort of apparently forgetting himself for a moment, broke into a big, wide smile and said, we love people like you. Thank you.
Robin Canner, and our next witness after Ms. Canner will be Marin Vesahay. Good evening, Ms. Canner.
Good evening.
Could you please provide your name and address for the court report?
Robin Tanner, 9704 Mallard Creek Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28262.
Thank you. Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening. I could speak with you this evening about statistics and biblical exegesis, but it is nearly 11:30 p.m. So instead, I've chosen to share some wisdom from my greatest teacher, my grandmother. When I was growing up, my granny used to tell me to always leave some for the next person. If you could, leave some milk in the fridge. Don't eat the last piece of bread. And you never left an empty carton of milk in the fridge. It was rude and irresponsible. The Duke Energy Progress Energy Plan is an empty carton of milk left in the fridge. 3% is unacceptable and irresponsible. It leaves none for the next generation. It's an irresponsible plan drawing on resources we don't have and placing burdens on the most vulnerable in our state. As members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission, you are called to be good stewards of our resources. As a resident of North Carolina and as a Unitarian Universalist minister serving the Piedmont Unitarian Universalist Church, I'm deeply concerned about a plan that relies far too heavily on coal and ignores proven energy-saving plans. Why are we using more resources and increasing rates when there are clear alternatives?
We have learned the pain of living with irresponsible use of resources all too well. I urge you to be good stewards. Send this plan back and demand a plan that respects our people and our limited resources. I urge you not to accept this empty carton. Let's leave some for the next generation and, for that matter, for this one. Thank you for your leadership, your presence here this evening, and most importantly, your stewardship.
Maren Fessahay. She's gone. Okay. Beth Henry. After Ms. Henry, Kendall Kale. Good evening, Ms. Henry. Could you please provide your full name and address for the record?
Beth Henry, 3066 Stony Brook Road, Charlotte.
Thank you. Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. I started testifying regularly before this commission several years ago because I was so worried about the threat of climate change for my children and grandchildren. Since then, the threat has intensified. Climate scientists say we must drastically and quickly reduce fossil fuel use to have any hope of preserving a stable, livable climate. As the dire warnings increase, Duke and powerful industry PR machines promote nuclear and gas as purported solutions. Please protect us from this wasteful use of our money. North Carolina cannot afford nuclear plants that would divert over $20 billion away from cheaper solutions. We cannot afford to be stuck paying for so much natural gas infrastructure when the shale bubble bursts, as we all know it will. And we cannot afford to destroy the climate by burning so much coal and gas. Storms, droughts, wildfires, and rising sea levels cost real people real money, not to mention suffering. Look past the industry PR, and the near-term solution is clear. Energy efficiency is not just the fifth fuel, it is the least cost fuel. Please make the utilities quickly implement all the best efficiency programs working well elsewhere, many of which are described in Sierra and SACE's comments in the IRP docket. Please eliminate regulatory hurdles to cogeneration. As requested by NCSEA, give customers the information they need for energy efficiency providers to help them waste less electricity. And please stop letting energy hogging customers opt out of efficiency programs with no justification. You have put mechanisms in place so the utilities can earn good profits on efficiency. Now please make them do it, instead of building unnecessary power plants. When new generation is needed, we can use the money saved through efficiency programs for wind and solar, which are plummeting in price. These industries are surging elsewhere. Don't let the utilities thwart them here. With Senate Bill 10 poised to grease the revolving door between our state's regulators and the regulated, many doubt that the utilities can possibly be regulated for the public benefit. I keep coming because I believe that all of you take seriously your duty to regulate the utilities for the public benefit. And of course, I know all of you care about everybody's children and grandchildren. Please face up to the magnitude and the urgency of the climate threat and require the utilities to spend our money wisely on the solutions, especially energy efficiency. Thank you.
Ms. Hale. And after Ms. Hale, Steve Norris. Good evening, Ms. Hale. Could you please provide your name and address?
Yes, my name's Kendall Hale, and I live at 372 Sharon Road in Fairview, North Carolina.
Please proceed with your statement.
Yes, I had written a lot about all of the great things that this amazing group of people have already spoken to you. I know we're all tired. I know you're really tired. So I'm not going to read all about the great things happening in California, the role models we have in our country, and about energy efficiency and solar and wind, and about how absolutely terrible the Duke plan is. It's very clear to me that we need a green IRP. I think what I have been most impressed tonight by, and I think all of you, and I thank you for listening so carefully, is the wisdom and the brilliance and the research that the people here today, the people have spoken. People have done their homework, and they really know what they're talking about. There wasn't anybody who didn't know what they were talking about. And the second thing that's just really knocked my socks off, I don't live in this city, but it is apparent to me that there are a lot of sick people in the city of Charlotte. In Asheville, we have one coal-fired plant. You all have had 5, and maybe now you have 4. But it is really stunning to me to hear the statistics and the people who cannot breathe here. And so that's what I've learned, but I think what I want to just tell you is I know how hard it is to speak truth to power. I've been doing it my whole life, and I was raised by 2 people, my parents, who had to do it, and my grandmother too. My grandmother was a feminist, and she fought to get the right to vote. My father was one of the first people at Ohio State University to speak up against the war in Vietnam. My mother was a civil rights activist in Columbus, Ohio. And all of those, my parents and my ancestors, they had to break with the predominant mode, the status quo, and they lost friends, and they lost status, and they lost money. But you know what? They did it because they believed in what they were doing. They looked back in our American history. They saw what it took on the part of the founders of our country, of some of the great leaders in our country. Throughout our history, we have come to major turning points. And every time, people in our country have risen to the occasion, and they have put their personal gains behind them, and they have turned their backs on the people that are paying them to keep things in place that are damaging people's lives, our planet now. As everybody has said, my husband and I have 2 children, we have grandchildren, and we have great-grandchildren between us. And when I think about what I have done to teach them, I'm so proud. Our daughter lives with her husband in a renovated tobacco barn, and they are so low on the carbon footprint. They buy used clothing, they drive an old car, they burn with wood, they have goats in their backyard, they're learning how to garden. And our son he was going to be a scientist. But you know what? By the time he got to college, he was going to be a scientist, but he found out all the science that was already needed is already there. So he decided to go into public policy. And you know what? He's now working at DOE in the division under the Obama administration and under Stephen Chu that is devoted entirely to research, innovation, energy efficiency, and renewable energy research. $2 billion. So you know what? I have so much faith that our young people are going to move ahead and they're going to bring their peers along with them. And I know how hard it is, but I'm asking you. You had privileged lives. You're very intelligent, professional people. And you need to take the courage that our children already have exhibited and in this room have told us. Tiny children have never heard such brilliance, spoken by such young people. You can do what they're doing. And I know that you have the moral courage to do it. It's not easy. But I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your leadership.
I do. My name is Stephen Norris, Norris, and I am the honored husband of Kendall Hale, who just spoke. We live at 372 Sharon Road in Fairview, North Carolina. I am impressed. Today I took the time to read the professional biographies of the 6 commissioners who are here tonight, and I was very impressed by your dedication to public service. Some of you have been doing this for 20, 30, and 40 years, and that is very impressive, and I'm sure a very difficult path that I can barely understand, and I appreciate the work you have done. I want to go back to what Kendall said. I think we are at this point at a turning point in human history. I think we are at a turning point similar to what this country faced in 1776. We should draw inspiration from what George Washington did in 1776. He came out of retirement. He came out of one of the most wealthy lifestyles in the United States. And what did he do? He led a continental army which was about as ragged as any army in the world, up against the greatest military and naval establishment in the history of the world, and he won. But it wasn't easy. He risked his life, he risked his fortune, he risked everything to do that. I also want to refer to Abraham Lincoln, who in 1861 took the bull by the horns, a very difficult bull, and saved the nation. And we've all seen the picture in the last few months of Lincoln. And then I want to refer to Dr. King, who in 1955, he was 27 years old, guys, in 1955. And he got a call from the Montgomery Improvement Association after Rosa Parks sat on the bus. And they said, will you lead the movement in Montgomery to eliminate segregation on the buses in Montgomery? And Dr. King said yes, though he risked his life. And ultimately he gave his life for that struggle, for the struggle for civil rights, equality, and justice in this country. It was one of the most courageous acts. Well, we are at a time right now similar to 1776 to 1861 to 1955. It is no different. It is different in form, it's different in the challenge, but we are at a crisis similar to 1776, 1861, and 1955. You are public servants. You have demonstrated repeatedly your commitment to the people of North Carolina. It is time now to step up to this new challenge. As people have said, it's not an easy challenge. It has personal consequences for you. It has personal consequences for your careers, maybe. It has personal consequences maybe with racial relationships with other public officials, with maybe other people in private industry and corporations and so on. I don't know. I can only guess what the implications are. But that's what this time requires. And it doesn't require it just of you. It requires of all of us, too. Thank you.
Nancy Allison, and then Phyllis Jones. After Nancy, Miss Allison will be Julius Kim. Good evening, Ms. Allison. Could you please provide your name and address for the corporate clerk?
Nancy Ellett, E-L-L-E-T-T, Allison. My address is 6626 Rocky Falls Road, Charlotte, 28211. I am the pastor of Holy Covenant United Church of Christ, and 11 to 12 is the hour at which I usually preside at a congregation much like this. But it's AM, not PM, and I'm taking this man's good advice, and I have cut out most of my presentation. I am going to read one short question from this book you have been asking each of us to swear by. It is from Isaiah 55. It's a passage which speaks clear, which preachers across America will use this Sunday, in this third Sunday of Lent. And it asks the question, why do you spend your money for that which is not bread and labor for that which does not satisfy? The Duke Energy Plan does not satisfy the needs of the earth, the needs of businesses, or the needs of consumers. The Duke Energy Plan does not satisfy the needs of those who suffer from asthma and from the poor who live in poorly constructed homes. We all yearn for Duke Energy to make energy efficiency its #1 goal. Why instead will they spend our money on volatile nuclear plants and labor for that which does not satisfy? The unsatisfactory Duke Energy Plan takes us in the wrong direction. You, our commissioners, who we are grateful to have here tonight, who we celebrate your commitments and your energy, we encourage you to act from the heart. Moral courage comes from the heart. Say no to this integrated resource plan. Senate Bill 10 is on its way to ending your service. Go out in glory. Refuse to approve that which does not satisfy.
Has to take the testimony.
I'll say that again. Y'all be quiet. Go out in glory, refusing to approve that which does not satisfy our earth, our business, our brothers and sisters. Thanks be to God.
Kim? Say the name again. Julius Kim or Julius Kim? Nice with her. Julius Carr? Okay. How about Ann Craig? And after Ms. Craig, Laura Sorensen?
Give it to Mr. Dodd.
This is my testimony that's longer, and then I made a shorter testimony. May I affirm? I'm Ann Craig. My address is 132 Murdoch Avenue, Asheville. I am here to speak for my 15-month-old granddaughter, whose pictures I just gave the commissioners. She has yet to develop her voice, and she has yet to have a future. And if I may be so bold, I speak as a person concerned for all present and future generations. It is my understanding that since North Carolina grants Progress Energy monopoly status, the Commission's regulation substitutes for market forces. North Carolina's Public Utilities Act mandates the Utilities Commission to regulate public utilities fairly in the public interest to promote reliable and economical service. At what point do you decide that the integrated resource plan of the utility does not serve the public interest? When non-monopoly states are clearly responding to market forces and public interest by developing wind, solar, energy efficiency and conservation programs, sources of safer and cleaner electricity generation and sensible use, why does progress continue to present an IRP allowing for the continued production of dirty and dangerous coal, gas, and nuclear with very little regard to efficiency, conservation, wind, or solar? There are so many reasons to make the change to clean renewable energy production, and to continue to pump more into our environment is immoral. This is not to mention the huge amounts of radioactive waste that remain virtually forever and for which we have no safe way to store, or for the potential of a nuclear meltdown disaster that would endanger lives and health indefinitely. Are we still willing to take such risks in order to power our homes and businesses when we clearly know there are safer choices that could be made? North Carolina holds the biggest offshore wind resource on the East Coast, and that's all been mentioned before. It does not use the huge amounts of water required by coal and nuclear plants, and as we all should know by now, water is becoming an increasingly precious resource. Iowa gets 20% of its electricity from wind, South Dakota 25%, and Colorado 30% from wind and solar, and they get it now. In Pipestone, Minnesota, a publicly owned utility, Jewel Wind has helped local farmers develop their own commercial-scale wind farms. Why isn't that happening here? Perhaps because our energy policies are dictated by the Duke Progress monopoly. I ask you, commissioners, how can such a backward, out-of-step, and ultimately dangerous IRP even be considered by you, who are charged to serve the public interest? Progress needs to be sent back to the drawing board. As a captive consumer, I call on you to instruct them to do just that. And on behalf of my granddaughter, I thank you.
Admit this as an exhibit.
Yeah.
Display exhibit, display exhibit number 1.
Laura Sorensen, and then next in line will be Deborah Winiger.
My name is Laura Sorensen, Laura Sorensen, 40 Green Valley Road, Asheville, North Carolina, 28806. I do hope the next time there's a hearing, you represent Western North Carolina. There could have been so many more people here. People have to work, people go to school, and I'm really proud of Asheville people who are staying so late, and thank you for being here. Duke Energy's proposed nuclear power plant, William States Lee III, is just over the border in Gaffney, South Carolina, 60 miles from Asheville. It's not been officially licensed by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission because the federal courts halted all new licenses until appropriate environmental impact statement concerning the disposal of nuclear waste is found acceptable. But Duke is allowed to move irresponsibly forward with an expensive, dangerous endeavor. Nearly $500 million in consumer dollars has already been allocated to the W.S. Lee. $319 million in South Carolina, at least $160 million in North Carolina. The current Progress IRP suggests Progress plans a major 20% buy-in by 2023. It also makes a small investment in the 2 reactors added to the VC Summer plant in South Carolina. With these investments and the existing nuclear power stations, downtown Charlotte will be within 70 miles of 10 nuclear reactors. Is it worth the safety and the economical risks? A 2012 study conducted by Synapse Energy Economics showed the addition of the Lee nuclear station alone, without the other plants Duke Energy is planning, could raise rates by 40% or more. And if we take a look at the cost overruns and construction delays at the new reactor installations in South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia, it's obvious the Lee nuclear plant's estimated construction cost of $24 billion will only increase through its 10-year or more of construction time. Let's not forget, ratepayers are liable for the cost even if the plant stops construction and never produces an ounce of energy. Even though the North Carolina coast has enough wind power equal to 20 nuclear power plants, Duke wind investments are in other states where electricity customers cannot be forced to pay up front for high-risk nuclear power plants. As a customer, I feel misrepresented and I feel betrayed. As a mother and a grandmother, and speaking for all children, I'm sad and I'm really appalled. This is 9-year-old Kataro from Fukushima, Japan. Like most of his friends, he goes to school and plays outside with a mask to cover his nose and mouth, and his radiation monitor is strung around his neck. With the younger kids, they just attach it to their jackets. Parents and children who survived the nuclear disaster in Fukushima live under a constant shadow of fear because 44% of the 96,000 children tested have thyroid cysts and nodules due to radiation exposure. The chance of cancer in their future is likely. One of the defense lawyers for the Fukushima collective evacuation trial, a former judge, said, "Under the current situation, I think the children of Fukushima may fall into a situation like that of the children of Ukraine and Belarus, where only 20% of the children are considered healthy. Such a danger exists in Fukushima." He's speaking of the children who are affected by radiation and chemicals from the Chernobyl nuclear accident over 100 miles from Belarus, where children born since 1986 are affected by a 200% increase in birth defects and a 250% increase in congenital birth deformities. I ask you again, is nuclear power worth the risk? Please, honor our children. No one deserves to be sacrificed to turn the lights on. Radiation has no boundaries. Nuclear power is expensive. I think you know that. It's dangerous, and there's nowhere to put the waste. Stop making it. Go solar, wind, efficiency. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
After Ms. Winiger, Michael Zeitkow.
Who was the next witness?
Deborah Winiger.
Is Winiger here?
Michael Zeitkow. After Mr. Zeitkow will be Aldona Zimbowitz. Good evening, Mr. Zeitkow.
Good evening.
Could you please provide your full name, and if you don't mind spelling your last name for us?
Sure. My name is Michael Zhytkov, Zytkow.
And your address?
9216 Willow Glen Trail, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28215.
Please proceed with your statement.
So it's midnight. I've been waiting for 5 hours. Like many of you, I can't help but be reminded of that childhood feeling when you're standing in line at a theme park, hoping that the ride will be as good as you hoped. So hopefully it won't disappoint today. The first thing I want to talk about is many of you probably remember last year Duke launched an ad campaign. It was significant for a number of reasons. It was one of the first campaigns they had launched in years, and we all know the reason why they launched it was a PR move to fix their image. And if you recall, the ad showed a light switch, and it showed somebody flicking a light switch, and then you heard a Duke narrator say, "You don't worry about what goes on behind the scenes when you hit that light switch, because we do." And of course, this was presented alongside with pictures of family barbecues and first steps and things of that nature. But I think we all can see that this is a great group of people here that actually does know what's going on behind the scenes of this light switch. We know that when you flick on that light switch, a lot of the power we're receiving, we're getting from mountaintop removal. We've seen the pictures of these mountains that are flattened, of the communities that have been devastated. We know about the poor air quality, the fact that it's unsafe to breathe, the fact that so many of our members of this community are suffering from asthma or other respiratory illness, and the fact that kids can't even play in the summer. We know about the poor water quality. We know about the consequences to our climate, and we all know that bills are too expensive for working families. We also know that behind that light switch, Duke is purchasing Republicans and Democrats to ensure that it can keep going forward along the status quo. So the problems that I see in this IRP is that Duke obviously plans on continuing to raise rates for dirty energy. I think we'd all agree that we need more conservation and energy efficiency, more wind and solar, especially since the prices on these technologies has fallen so greatly. We must shift away from fossil fuels that are destroying our climate and will only cost more over time. The fact of the matter is nuclear is expensive and dangerous. Duke Energy is addicted to rate increases. We're constantly receiving rate increases. And the fact of the matter is that Duke is on track to double our electricity rates when compared with the 2009 levels. They justify this by saying that the demand has increased, when we all know that demand has either remained flat or is falling. We know that with this IRP, carbon emissions could certainly rise when you consider the environmental consequences of fracking in the natural gas industry. It disheartens me when I see that if this entire pie chart, only 2.2% is given to solar and wind energy, and that another 2.2% is given to energy-saving programs. I'm glad that we're even having this meeting in the first place. If you recall, Duke and Progress both requested to the Commission on February 1st to deny the request to have this hearing in Charlotte. This is their direct quote. "If additional public hearings are scheduled, members and supporters of the groups will appear, and virtually all will have the same talking points, denouncing fossil and nuclear generating units in favor of energy efficiency, conservation, demand-side management, and renewable resources. Nothing will be gained by additional possible hearings." Let me say that last part again. Nothing will be gained by additional possible hearings. I think we all agree that that's frankly quite disrespectful to all the people here who on a Thursday night have decided to dedicate 5 hours and probably a couple more hours. The fact of the matter is, with quotes like these, we realize that Duke truly doesn't value our public input. We're the ratepayers. This is our money. By the quote, you can tell they know what we want and what we need. But at the end of the day, we realize that they want our money and not our input. They consistently choose to put profit over people. And the fact of the matter is, no one here today has spoken in favor of the IRP. If you look at the mission statement of the Utilities Commission, you'll see a line that says, "Provide fair regulation of public utilities in the interest of the public." And so that's what I'm asking you to do. Now is the time. Literally now is the time. We've heard about this bill that could result in you all not having a job very soon. And I hate to break it to you, but that same group that is going to more than likely pass that bill has cut unemployment benefits. So I wish you all the best. Let's be honest here. We can pass a collection plate through the aisles. The fact of the matter is all of us know that these issues matter to us. Our bills are already too high. Feel free to amen that one. Climate change will flood our coast. It will destroy lives and communities if we do not act now. What about the economic impact of climate change? What about the impact on our children? I have a 4-year-old son that's at home with my wife right now, probably wondering why my phone battery is dead and why I'm not returning calls. But the fact of the matter is I've experienced so many times during summers where he wants to play, and I'm quite a young fellow, and I never knew when I entered fatherhood that I'd have to study this color-coded chart and know what days were code this, code that. It boggles my mind. But why are we being forced to pay for our own destruction? There's been a lot of great solutions that have been offered today, and I want to remind you all that unlike what Duke and Progress may think, all of the solutions that have been offered here today are very realistic. Not one person has come here to the podium and said 100% renewables by tomorrow, unicorns, flowers, leprechauns, nothing like that. We've all had realistic solutions. We've heard wonderful things like we can stop the purchase of mountaintop removal. We can source 33% of our electricity from renewable energy by 2020. Get coal-free by 2030. These are realistic goals. No more rate hikes for dirty energy that hurts our health and destroys our future. We need to make sure that Duke invests in the inevitable: clean, safe, renewable, fuel-free wind and solar. Don't let them build any more power plants until they've maxed out on the cheapest solution: energy efficiency. Again, I've sat over there the entire night, and I've been watching you all because I attend a lot of, I'm an active citizen and I'm engaged. I attend a lot of government affairs, regardless of what level. And I always look at the people I'm speaking to, whether I'm in the audience or at the podium, to see if they're making eye contact. And unfortunately, most of the time when I come to speak, I see either someone on Twitter, drink break, something. And I have to say, I've actually appreciated the fact. I didn't even expect it coming in that you guys would be engaged in terms of eye contact. And I appreciate that, and I think you guys truly care about what you're hearing today. So what I want to close with is the fact that now is your time to act. If not now, then when? Now.
Aldona Zimbowitz. After Ms. Zimbowitz, Justin Miller.
How many more after that, Mr.
About 18, 17, 18. Really?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, I've asked several times, please, a lot of comments have been made. Please try to keep your remarks as brief as possible. I know you spent a lot of time preparing them, but if it's already been said by several other people, please just adopt that if you can. Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good evening. Could you please spell your first and last name?
Aldona Zembovic, A-L-D-O-N-A, Zembovic, Z-E-M-B-O-W-I-C-Z.
And your address?
And I reside at 4423 Rock Stream Drive, 28269 is my
That's here in Charlotte?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening. By the way, our previous speaker is my godson, and I'm very proud of him. So I decided as a godmother, I have to make my own statement, but I'm going to be short. I am not here to focus on what is wrong with Duke's policies and its reckless approach towards its environment. Others can do a better job in doing that. Every person with an average sense of awareness can see that our overall attitude toward the environment put us in some kind of suicidal mode. It may be our right to determine our fate, even when it's fatal, but it's certainly not fair to decide that fate for others yet to come. In the face of our climate crisis worsening, it is pretty alarming that Duke Energy does not show that the company is interested in investing in climate solutions. Instead, as the nation's largest electric utility, It takes a leading role in a national suicidal mission, still focusing mostly on natural gas and nuclear, with little attention given to renewable energy. It is forced by the facts, not by a natural inclination, to see that Duke Energy and others alike steadfastly contribute to climate change and to the deplorable state of our planet's health. Here in the southeastern USA, we rank 7th in the world in a contribution to global warming. This is largely due to the high carbon dioxide emission of coal-fired power plants. The region also accounts for approximately 40% of US carbon dioxide emissions, with the USA being the worst offender in the world. We all, in small and big ways, are responsible for the poor state of our environment. When I, for example, reach for a bottle of water that has been transported from New Zealand, I'm contributing collectively to air pollution and to littering our precious soil with plastic. It matters less if I recycle that plastic bottle or not. The southeastern region of the USA, which is us, use 40 billion gallons of water every day in the production of electricity, 2/3 of all its water use. Most of us, green or not, are increasingly weary of the shrinking reservoir of clean water in our region. And that is where, if nowhere else, our environmental sensitivity should start its focus and effort. We all have to make a commitment today to work a little harder with a little more conviction in using and polluting less of what's left of our precious resource in the environment that we live in. Thank you for your attention.
All right. I'm a former organizer for the Citizens Action Coalition of Indiana. They're a nonprofit consumer rights group that focuses primarily on utility issues in the state of Indiana. And through my work there, I've seen firsthand how Duke Energy's business practices harm the communities they serve. The problem that we're facing here in North Carolina is the same as it is in Indiana. They're a for-profit monopoly, they serve a captive rate base, and they're providing an essential service that we all have to have. Under this business model, it'd be extremely foolish to think that they are making any kind of ethical decisions in the best interest of their customers or the environment. And when they're in the business of making a profit for their shareholders, they're going to be looking out for themselves. Duke's one of the nation's worst tax dodgers, paying -3%. Under their business plan, they want to put their financial burden on their expensive projects onto the backs of the ratepayers. We've already subsidized them once through the taxes. Now they're trying to dig in our pockets again by raising our rates. And the thing is, the taxpayer wallet and the ratepayer wallet, that's the same wallet. They've repeatedly misled legislators and regulators in states across the country as to the cost of their projects. For example, the IGCC coal plant in Edwardsport, Indiana, was originally estimated to cost $1.8 billion by Duke Energy. Citizens Action Coalition and other consumer watchdogs, they opposed the plant because they believed that Duke was significantly underestimating the cost of constructing the plant. And when they were here arguing in favor of Cliffside, they were arguing against this technology here in North Carolina to you guys. The most recent estimates that I've come across as they near completion of the plant are $3.5 billion. That's nearly twice as much as they had originally claimed, and this doesn't even factor in the external cost of the plant's operational and local communities. They either grossly underestimated its cost to ensure approval, or they have exhibited extreme incompetence regarding the construction of this plant. To ensure that their investors still see a profit, they're asking that Indiana ratepayers shoulder the cost of their mistakes. This is wrong, and if this is any indication of how accurate their estimates are, you should immediately ignore them. The cost of the Edwardsport plant are not the only controversies surrounding its construction. There's currently criminal trials related to collusion and corruption between Duke Energy and Indiana's utility regulators. I haven't read anything about that here, so I commend you on that. These have resulted in the firing of many involved: Duke COO Jim Turner, Duke Indiana President Michael Reed, Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission Chairman David Lott Hardy, and the judge who oversaw the approval of the Edwardsport plant, Scott Storms. I'd like to mention that Scott Storms did take a job with Duke Energy, and while he was applying for the job, he continued to make decisions concerning Duke Energy in Indiana. Here in North Carolina, people have already discussed, they were trying to influence you guys by pushing through Senate Bill 10. 2 days after you granted our request to have this hearing here, the bill was passed through the state house, or the state Senate. And if passed, this bill will result in the firing of 131 officials and regulators, so that a 28-year Duke employee and stockholder, I might add, Governor Pat McCrory, can make these appointments himself. It's not difficult to follow the money to confirm that Duke Energy is behind this bill. Duke and Progress have contributed a total of $147,000 to the sponsors of this bill. Duke's trying to intimidate you into ignoring our voices. They're trying to intimidate you into forcing us to pay for their future and past mistakes. And they're trying to intimidate you into ignoring the overwhelming evidence that fossil fuels that they depend on to achieve their maximum profits are a serious threat to the planet. I ask that you represent the ratepayers in North Carolina better than your counterparts in Indiana have. It's time to change this parasitic business plan. There's no better time than right now to do this. This is Jim Rogers' last year. I ask that you help us make this the end of Duke's unethical business practices and make his exit represent that. We're going to be watching, we're going to be vocal, and regardless of your decision, we're not going to go away until they change their policies. And thank you.